тамирчид нойр нэг ахыг хүсдэг.
Сууны कुरा ногоорно саати.
Сайн байна уу? Би Монгол улсаас оролцож байгаа Stalwart e-sport-ын тамирчин Action байна.
Сайн байна уу? Монгол улсыг төлөөлж байгаа Stalwart e-sport-ийн багийн тоглогч Билүүтэй байна. Тоглолтын нэр Scry.
नमस्कार मेरो नाम चाहिँ अन्जन राई हो र म DRS गेमिङको प्लेयर हो
नमस्ते सबैजना मेरो नाम चाहिँ उगेन छोपेल लामा
Hello everyone, I'm Sifu from Team Deadeyes guys.
नमस्ते म चाहिँ डी रेटेड सर टिमको नाम चाहिँ डेराइज गाइज अनि हामी चाहिँ नेपालबाट
मेरो विचारमा चाहिँ हाम्रो रिजनबाट स्टालवर्ड स्पोर्ट्सले नै जित्ने छ
Ер нь бол энэ жил BTR-аа авраг авах. Ягаад гэвэл тэд өнгөрсөн үед авраг авч ирсэн болохоор бид шинэ багч гэсэн энэ жил хүчтэй өрсөлдөж юу чаддгийг харууллаа.
Yeah, Stalwart is a strong team, but so are East League teams. There won't be any easy or hard groups. Everyone is stronger here, and the competition has never been tougher.
यो टुर्नामेन्टमा चाहिँ जे पनि हुन सक्छ र प्रथम इस्ट लिगको प्रथम हुने टिम यो टुर्नामेन्टमा अन्तिममा जान पनि सक्छ र के та कसैलाई के та हामी डेराइज प्रथम हुन्छौँ कि
Тоглогч нарт бол итгэлтэй маш их чухал. Манай бүсийн бүх тамирчид багууд бүгдээрээ сайн, бүх мэрэгчдийн тамирчид нойр нэг ахыг хүсдэг.
Мароккогийн багууд тоглохоор байсан. Тэгээд тэртээ тоглох болохоор цагийн зөрүүнд өглөө байдаг болохоор тэднэрт хэцүү байгаа хаа.
त्यसैले मलाई चाहिँ अरूको लागि एकदमै दुःख लागिरहेछ केही छैन सक्दोसम्म चाँडो सकाइदिउँ अनि अरूलाई चाहिँ होलिडेमा पठाइदिउँ है
धेरै राम्रो भइसक्यो गेम अब त यसो बिदातिर पनि जानु पर्ला
Та нарын итгэлтэй байдал бид нар жоохон инээдтэй санагдаад байна.
सौनी कुरा नगरन साथी
East бүсэд юусоо сул баг гэж байхгүй. Та нар бүснэгтийг тэргүүлээгүй хэр удаж байгаа вэ? Бид нар та нарын хэлсэн үгийг харамсуулахын тулд бид нар та нараар кино хийх болно.
हाम्रो लागि चिन्ताको विषय भनेको नि चाइनिज टिम मात्र हो
Бид нэр зүүн өмнөд Азийн багуудтай тоглохыг маш их хүсэж байна.
सो SPMGC मा चाहिँ हामीलाई चाइनिज टिमदेखि चाहिँ उनीहरुसँग भिन्न एकदम इच्छुक छौं हामी सो SPMGC मा चाहिँ उनीहरुलाई हामी हराउने एकदम कोसिस गर्ने छौं
Тал нутгийн аваргуудын хүчийг удахгүй мэдрүүлнэ та нарт.
र म चाहिँ र हाम्रो टिम चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि सबै टिमलाई हामी चाहिँ कोहीसँग डराउँदैनौँ र हामी आउँदैछौँ सबैजनालाई एलिमिनेट गर्न
فإذا عقليتك قوية ما راح يفرق بين الفوز والخسارة ولا أنا لعبك طلعك السريع.
السلام عليكم معكم الشرقو من فريق كريبتشز المغربي أحد ممثلي الشرق الأوسط في بطولة PMGC.
Hello everyone, I'm Raouf from Nigma Galaxy, originally from Algeria.
بإذن الله جايين هالموسم عشان نحقق المركز الأول في الشرق.
I really admire the Chinese team, Nova Esports.
أتوقع أن تيمات جنوب شرق آسيا والتيمات الصينية تيمات قوية وإحنا مو تيم ضعيف وكريبتشز قد التحدي بالبطولة.
I think the first team in East League might be a Chinese team, but the finals are guaranteed to no one.
مثل ما قال نجم كريكسي الليج مو نفس الأول بالفاينل الفاينل أهم ومع قوة الفرق الشرقية هدفنا نسيده.
These goals are too conservative. Our main goal is to win the finals and be top one.
الكلام الكثير ما له فايدة إذا بدكم تثبتوا حالكم اثبتوه على خريطة إيرانجل.
I think our mentality is fine. It might be easy to get ahead of ourselves and we lost some games in Season 2 as a result, but we will not make those mistakes again. And I think we're mentally stronger than any other team.
العقلية قوية مهمة لكن قدرة اللاعب الفردية هي تحدد بين الفوز والخسارة.
بما أننا نحكي عن العقليات عقلية تيمنا كثير قوية وما راح نخسرها في الفاينل وما خايفين من الخسارة وأنا واثق كثير من تيمي أنه راح نسوي شيء بالفاينل.
فإذا عقليتك قوية ما راح يفرق بين الفوز والخسارة ولا أنا لعبك طلعك السريع.
Nice.
You need to trust your teammates, but when it comes to teamwork, we can show you how it's done.
داخل الجيم أكيد راح نتصادم مع الفرق الثانية وأتوقع راح يكون في كر وفر بينه وبين الفرق الآسيوية ولكن أنا متحمس لتدميرهم مرة ثانية.
تاكتيك شبع الفرق اليابانية والكورية قوي لكن الشيء اللي يفرق داخل الجيم هو المهارات القتالية وكريبتكس ما راح يرحم أي فريق.
كريبتكس وين؟
我们会争取给他们最差的游戏体验。
希望你们可以多加的练习努力拿到第4名。
大家好，我是来自中国佟家堡战队的打手。
大家好，我是来自中国佟家堡战队的墨竹。
大家好，我是来自中国 NV 腾讯视频战队的 Jimmy。
大家好，我是来自中国赛区 NV 腾讯视频战队的 Fireboy。
大家好，我是来自中国赛区 ST 战队的苏南。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国赛区的 ST 战队的山治。
我对我们自己战队还是很有信心的。
对自己战队的实力的一个评价，我觉得我们战队还是很猛的，毕竟我们拿到了 S4总决赛的冠军嘛。
感觉在国内可以低调一点，当然在国外毕竟必须给狂一点。
参加这次 PMGC，我们 NV 的目标其实还是希望可以和去年一样的水平和成绩。
我们战队一直以来的目标都是冲刺冠军。
因为觉得在国内既然都拿了一次，我觉得努力一点，在国外也拿一个回来。
打职业的目标就是冠军，所以没有战队会对我们造成威胁。
我觉得这次最大的竞争对手是 NV 吧，同脚堡就算了吧。
能跳过吗？啊，那我就说没有是不是有点过分啊？
我只喜欢我们自己的战队。
对于海外战队说，其实中国战队是一个比较大的一个竞争对手。对于我们自己而言也是这样的。
既然你们认可我们的实力，我们也不会让你们失望。
他们的眼光是挺好的，然后就是我们会争取给他们最差的游戏体验。
Nice。听说有2支 ST 战队，
我希望另一支 ST 能够害怕到我们吧。毕竟，其实我觉得我们这支 ST 一定比他们更猛。
国内的3个战队都是很强的，我们冠亚季都包了，你们准备一下谁去抢那个第4名吧。
希望你们可以多加的练习，努力拿到第4名。
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
East side is the best side. Shut it down, Mustache Dave. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021, the East League. As we're now moving into our second and final day of our second week of league play, where the top 16 teams at the end of the day will be going into our Super Weekend, where the points are going to matter. The points will stick around, just like these two gentlemen. No matter what I say, they'll always be here by my side. We got Maxman and Kalaris. James, let's start off with you, man. You weren't here yesterday. We had some, well, crazy matches for one team in particular. I think you even came into it like, boys, what happened? Infinity just smacked and put the lay down on everyone.
Yes, they did. I could not believe what I saw when I saw the results after I'd finished my other show. That was, they're double the points ahead of anybody else right now in the lobby. Not to mention the circles were kind of wild as well yesterday. So for them to be able to do that, I mean, let's not forget, they finished #1 in the Super Weekend after finishing 15th in the previous week league play. So to see this turnaround and now this consistency from the Infinity, it's amazing, Jason, amazing.
Yeah, Max, I think it's really hard to describe fully to everyone out there like how consistent they were every single match. They almost averaged 20 points per game. That's unheard of.
I mean, stats like this, of course, on a long-term tournament, if they even just remotely stay close to an average that strong, like this team is just gunning for the trophy this early on, which is absolutely insane. So we'll see if they can remain that consistent. But I mean, I said at the start of the tournament, in my eyes, Infinity, despite maybe struggling a little bit more in that first league play, I expected them to be a top 5 team. Top 1, I think, was a possibility, but not with this much of a lead. So man, they are definitely looking like the strongest team in the lobby right now. But I mean, the points aren't going to go over to the Super Weekend, right? So we need to see those points potentially remain consistent in the Super Weekend itself.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's what it's about. The Super Weekend points will stick around. The top 16 teams at the end of our 3 Super Weekends will go into our league finals, where 9 teams at the end of that will go into the big grand finals of PMGC coming up early next year in January. I believe the dates, you already saw them as well. It's going to be crazy, honestly, as they're joining 6 teams from the West and 1 team from India. We're not sure exactly what team it's going to be. I don't think Imperium spoiled it just yet over on his Instagram. Remember, if you guys were following, he's going to sing Baby Shark for us in a story. I guess not to follow because I didn't see a story post out of him just yet today. But it's all for the $6 million on the line over the course of this entire event, 5 times more than last year. First place just in this league stage alone, Kalar, is coming out with $362,500. I mean, I know it's like your normal day rate, but that's a lot of money here for these teams.
Yeah, and suffice to say, you know, it's good that all of these teams get the opportunity to eventually, potentially live the lifestyle of Kalaris. So, you know, good for them.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his 7 cars, looking to buy his 8th now. I mean, well, we can see here the teams are participating. And again, some teams have already played out 5 matches, some have played 4, and some have played only 3. But one thing for sure is teams like BTR, BC Swell, FaZe Clan, and one more in there with Damwon, they have not qualified in the first Super Weekend. And right now, they're not looking too confident to qualify for the second.
I mean, you better start off the day strong, right? Because we know, especially, unfortunately for BTR especially, that if they start off the day poorly, they tend to not be able to make that comeback happen, at least in recent times. When you look back on last PMGC, they would have a bad day, then a good day. They would be very inconsistent, but would be able to make ends meet, which as of right now has not been happening for BTR, so we'll see if that's going to work out for them into this one. But yeah, we can see the rankings, and as Kalaris said, right, 97 points in a singular day. Their worst result was a 4th place with 6 kills on round 3. Like, when that's your worst result out of 5 games, like, come on, man. You just can't beat that whatsoever. But they played every single game, so it might be another first place team, but I highly doubt that will happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you think someone's gonna pass this up with how they've been playing? I mean, they still have 3 matches left to go. The thing is, again, Kalaris, for me, what's so impressive is this isn't like they're playing in a PMPL, right, or playing in a PMCL. They're playing against the best teams in the world in this East Conference, and they are dominating everyone.
I honestly could not believe it coming into yesterday, seeing what they were able to put up. And the thing is as well is that, you know, when you look at guys like Newsy, he really shone in the weekly final as a player. But then you look at the numbers that they were able to put up throughout yesterday, and he was technically bottom out of the rest of the team. Logan Mella as well as God Tooney were able to put up more damage than he was throughout the day. They were 5th through 2nd respectively in the damage done, which is unheard of to have 4 players in the top 5 throughout an entire day. So Infinity yesterday was absolutely on fire, absolutely feeling it.
The impact of what you just said, though, considering Nova, they weren't even on the front page.
Actually, yes.
They're in 11th place.
That's a good point. Obviously, I say that they, you know, the Infinity, they were 4 of the top 5. But who was number 1? And the answer is still Paraboy. How does he do it despite this lackluster performance from Nova? Paraboy just doing Paraboy things. It's ridiculous that he was number 1 over the Infinity in damage still.
You see Nova just get third partied at the start of a Sanhok game versus, I believe it was Damwon and also Reject, and he's just like, hey, yeah, we're gonna clutch it. We're gonna clutch it, boys. I mean, two of my teammates just died, and we're gonna pick up all the elims on the side. So yeah, Paraboy's just still in a league of its own and trying to potentially perform that well. But
ridiculous.
Yeah, if he can still do that well in the Super Weekend itself, I mean, Nova already looking really, really comfortable in terms of that last game where they were able to jump up from the bottom to the top. But I mean, yeah, Nova, they might want to try and become back-to-back champions here.
See, this is what's really cool, actually. The fact we talk about the Infinity being so dominating. But look at their stats compared to, like, Secret there. The average damage is relatively the same. The average eliminations per match was relatively the same. And yet Team Secret are really nowhere to be seen when it comes to the... Not nowhere to be seen, but not nearly the same kind of level as the Infinity. However, matches played, Kalaris.
Yeah. Exactly. They have only played 3 games, and when they came in yesterday, they came in all guns blazing. That first place with the 17 kills, only 3 games played with the 44 points. That's, I mean, if you blinkered your view for a moment and didn't look at the fact that Infinity existed, you would look at Secret right now and think, wow, a great performance coming out from them here just across 3 games. 44 points is very respectable.
I mean, we'll talk about the matches coming up to the schedule really quickly, Max, and I'll let you jump into that. As you saw, we had Sanhok in there. We have Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, and Sanhok. And we can see, actually, I love this. This is a little bit of an upgrade here. We can see which teams are playing. So if I ask for predictions, no one will say FaZe Clan when they're not playing.
Kalaris, watch that. I'm sure yes,
I did.
I think this was especially tailored for me, so I appreciate it, production, because this helps a lot, actually. But you're going to be able to see exactly who's not going to be playing, and we know this time is going to be Group C not joining in. So D Xavier, Rick Infinity, Damwon Gaming, and Cryptix. Talking about Cryptix, actually, a team that's not really looking comfortable when it comes to the Super Weekend rankings. Actually, right now they're in 15th with 73 points. And as of right now in this league play, they're currently in 15th position. So one bad day, and Cryptix not only could not make in the second Super Weekend, but could get kicked out of the top 16 if some of the teams that didn't make in the first Super Weekend actually push through. So Cryptix, they're going to have to take this game to actually eye out the other teams in the lobby to really have the best impact in the next 4 games.
You know what I really appreciate? I watched back yesterday's broadcast, and the amount of times I all of a sudden hear Max like, Kalaris is going to hear this, he's not going to let me live it down. I'm like, you know, at least I'm remembered for just that brief spell.
We can never forget about you, Kalaris, and I know Max will never forget about his time being bullied here on the show. I did want to hop back to Infinity really quickly and Secret if we have the chance, actually, because if we look at Infinity's results, right, they have their worst performing match was a 4th place with 6 eliminations. Out of 5 matches, their worst is a 4th place. You look at Secret, though, as you mentioned, 3 matches played. They had a 1st place with 17 eliminations, our highest scoring game we've had so far. But then they have a 14th place with 3 eliminations and a 5th place with 3 eliminations. I think for me, that makes their stats we saw of average damage and average elims per match even more impactful up against Infinity, having 2 matches less played, but also having that bigger fall down of consistency. Well, not consistency, but like a bigger outlier performance.
Yes.
Yes. I knew it. I knew it was coming. Anyway, okay, fine. Let's move past that then. I just wanted to bring that up. I thought we could talk about it a little bit. But let's talk then maybe about Enigma Galaxy then.
Okay.
Or okay, you know, you want to talk about DRS, Max? I'll be kind. I'll be gracious today. Let's talk about DRS.
I was going to talk about DRS earlier, but I saw Cryptics was like, this is a good point, actually. But no, DRS in a very similar situation to Secret, where they currently have 40 points out of 3 games played out of the 5 games of yesterday. So today they're going to be playing all 5 games. They could be potentially gunning for that first place, but we know Infinity are not going to let that one down too easily. And DRS, at the very start of this PMGC, was a team that I questioned heavily because of how stubborn this team can potentially be, right? And them improving this drastically in terms of, they're still not going to change their Sniper Poly under. That's just never going to change, Jason. But they have changed how they approach circles. They're a lot more adaptable if we have especially hard circle shifts, which have been happening quite a lot in these type of games. And especially, they tend to be a lot more aggressive in final circles compared to what we saw in the past. So they get a lot more consistently in those top 3, top 5 position, which is great to see. Even able to get himself that chicken dinner on that Paradise Resort finish, which is very tricky to actually close off games in that type of position. So DRS, I think, from last PMGC to this PMGC, as those teams that played both, I think is the team that improved the most right now. I'm being in top 3 in this league play. I'm very impressed, but as we like to say, we need to see those points also come through in the Super Weekend. So I want to see a little bit more of DRS in the Super Weekend itself.
Jason, if I could do my best impression of the Pokemon Slowpoke here for a moment, because I want to go back to what you said about Team Secret when we just both left you hanging. Because the thing is that I didn't have an answer because I wanted to get my numbers right. Okay, so yes, Team Secret's damage was ridiculous across those 3 games, and let's actually break those numbers down a little bit, right? That game 1 that they came in on Erangel, 2.8k damage from that with the 17 kills that they got, and then from there on, yeah, the other 2 games weren't that impressive, but they were still able to get 731 damage in the next match, and then going into the next one, 814 damage, which is still sitting quite nicely in the lobby despite not being in the right place. So it's showing here that Team Secret in general are not only able to get those huge numbers, but even when they're kind of floundering a little bit in the game, still really putting out a lot that's affecting the lobby as knock-on momentum.
But then I think what makes it even more impressive than for the Infinity is the fact they played 2 more matches and still maintain that average, but also they played an extra Sanhok in there. And again, their consistency on Sanhok has been phenomenal. They had 2 second place finishes on that. So out of like the 5 Sanhoks we've seen in total, I think they've been like top 2 or top 3 in all of them except 1, Max, if I'm not mistaken. I can't think back that far. It's just insane stuff out of this team. And then going into today, right, we have to keep in mind that there's 3 Sanhoks being played and 2 Erangels. Yesterday was 2 Sanhoks versus 3 Erangels.
This is a very interesting topic that I think me and Kalaris touched upon a lot when we were doing the Global Esport Tour, and especially in this PMGC2, where you see a lot of teams commit very early to a heal-off, but I think that one of the teams that actually nailed down to a T when you have to go for heal off, because you know as a fact you're not going to be able to gun for that first position for that chicken dinner, is Infinity. They just have that as a last second resort, and they time it so well when they know there's literally almost no way in hell they're going to be able to make it to, I don't know, phase 6, phase 7, phase 8, and they go for it at the perfect time to not go for chicken dinner but get a second place with 5 kills, a second place with 10 kills. Like, this team is just impressive because you see so many teams not do the heal off strat well, but this is a team that almost perfected it, I would say, to a way.
I completely agree with what Max is saying. I mean, that's the thing that made them look quite scary yesterday, which potentially, again, as you say, leads into today. The fact that, yeah, if they're not having the easiest move into a circle, they know that they have this strategy in their back pocket. And technically speaking, a lot of teams have this strategy in their back pocket, but definitely the Infinity, when they were able to kind of initiate that strategy in the blink of an eye, it makes them scary when it comes to consistent results overall.
I really like this talking point too, because as you're like talking about, Kalaris, like for any team out there, if you want to be competitive in PUBG Mobile, when you know Sanhok's in the pool, you have to have the strategy in your back pocket, right? Yeah. But the ability to execute it changes depending on the team, obviously, and obviously depends on the foresight of your in-game leader seeing, okay, maybe we need to go for the heal off, maybe we need to like stack up beds, play up your situation a little bit differently, and we are seeing like a difference in teams. Thinking back to PMPL Western Europe, Unicorns of Love, I feel like in 90% of their matches on Sanhok, if they didn't get like zone like off the bat, they're like, okay, they're already gunning towards, we're just do a heal off, or we're just trying to get as many places as possible. And to be fair, right now, there's nothing wrong with that, because you're trying to just get into top 16, you're trying to make it into the Super Weekend, then to make it to the finals, where then you maybe don't go for the heal off.
No, definitely so. I mean, the thing is that we've seen people be in heal-off situations, and there's been a huge disparity in how many meds they've had, right? You've seen in EU West, of course, some people have had like 20-some first aid kits compared to some people that have maybe had 10, and that's been able to afford and buy them enough time, yes, but actually preparing to have everybody either, you know, drop all their stuff and then move on for one person, or like having only 10 when you then suddenly, oh, we've been third-partied. That's kind of biting into some of our first aids that we're going to be able to use later on down the line. So knowing exactly how and when to consolidate all of your resources, it's not as clean cut as just saying, I'm going to stand in the blue and do the heals. And yeah, it's...
that sounded like Maxman for a second. That was weird.
I say that. I do that a lot, actually.
Okay, well, let's actually broaden this conversation a little bit, because this is the final day of league play, right? Top 16 teams get through. Let's take a look, you know, as we can, at the standings. Right now, Deadeye's guys, for me, is a team that's kind of standing out. They're in 19th place with 9 points, and they played 5 matches. They have 3 left to go today. And I bring this up because it's so important for them to re-qualify, because they don't want teams closing that gap against them. Then they have more pressure next week. This is one of those teams that potentially could like be knocked out of top 16 at some point.
Yeah, currently when you look at the Super Weekend rankings, their 9th position was 122 points. They should be safe for one Super Weekend, but as you said, right, 2 Super Weekends in a row, you're just making it hard on yourself. If you don't make it now, that means you are forced to make it to the 3rd Super Weekend if you want to make it to the league final. So you don't want to be in that situation, but when you look at the guys here, Jason, they're going to make it through tiebreakers again. I'm calling it. Tiebreakers is going to make qualify again. It was close last time. It was because of that the BTR didn't qualify, so... Yeah, it's a bit tricky, but we need to see, especially I would say, more fragging potential from Deadeye's guys. They had 2 games with kills. The other 3 games got 0 kills. Like, they need to take those fights properly. Otherwise, it's just not going to cut it here, Jason.
All right, well then there's another team we have to talk about that's kind of on the flip side of this, who they really underperformed when it came to the Super Weekend. They were bottom of the table at 16th place, complete shadow of their former selves. Nigma Galaxy are sitting pretty at 40 points in 4th place. I don't know what it is, but league play they can play. Super Weekend they fall off.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a bit of an enigma. I mean, the crazy thing about what they've done, I'm terrible. What they've done from week 1 to week 2, there is a bit of a stark contrast as well. As much as, yes, they're performing kind-ish to the level of what we saw in week 1, there is still a little bit of a drop-off from that. So I think they do need to step up. If you look at their week 1 stats overall, they did around 9,000 damage across those. Wait, was it 9,000 damage? Let me double check.
It's over 9.
It's just over 9,000 actually, Jason. 9,025 damage across those 8 games, which is brilliant. However, so far across 5 games, only about 3k damage. So they're still not able to put out exactly what they want onto the battleground against these teams here in this week 2. But at least they're able to get themselves the placement points on the board, which they were definitely not able to do throughout that weekly final. And that was definitely where they were floundering.
And hopefully for their sake, like, they've been able to iron all this stuff out, because we really want to see them. I really want to see them personally make it through into the finals because of what we got to see and how strong Mina is really starting to be in general when it comes to PUBG Mobile and their strength. And speaking of strength, the OnePlus, our official sponsor here at PMGC, with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards, and potentially your best shot to see our 2 casters even more clearly and even more in a handsome way, as we're going to head on over to them and head to our first match of the day with Imperium and Bled.
Thank you, Jason. You call me handsome. Is such a nice guy, isn't he? And Imperium, you're looking great as well. You're looking fantastic.
Thank you very much. As are you. I do love that blue and white striped shirt. Looks very clean, my man.
Yeah, I had to dig it out from from the cellar where I keep some of my formal shirts out there. Most of it is just black, and it doesn't quite work well with the lighting and the green screen and everything, unfortunately. But enough about our wardrobe. We're going to be jumping into day 2, and after yesterday, listen, I don't want to talk anymore about Infinity. I think they've proven that they're far and above everyone else right now in the lobby. However, there are a couple of teams who are going to be feeling the pressure heading into the final day of league play of week 2.
Yeah, 110%. The opposite ends of the scale, Bled, Infinity, 97 points in first, like you said. Then down towards the bottom. Deadeye's guys, they only have 3 games today to really make a difference. Beakytron, they are technically a little bit better off because they have 5 games to play. And the Xavier, they have 4 games to play. So those 3 teams I'm going to be looking out for specifically, especially when you consider the fact that last week, that final spot for the first Super Weekend came down to Deadeye's guys and BTR. We're also seeing a lovely hot drop right off the bat between Starward and Facecam.
Oh, yes, here we go. And FaZe able to quickly get the trade. Venturez, he should be finishing off Scry here, but he's got to go for the res, and he has been tagged quite low. The remaining members of Stalwart Esports will be clambering, ensuring that FaZe won't be able to escape unscathed. For the time being, it is a 3v3. The res hasn't taken place. Tony K still bleeding out in the open. Of course, they still have a lot of time to work with. Question is, what are Stalwart going to be doing about it? They have retrieved the weapons. Action is together alongside his teammate, and they're just waiting, just trying to find an opening. And Barry spots on the person in Beer. He's going to get the knock. He knows Action's nearby as well, so he's careful. He's biding his time. But FaZe, they seem to be
beautiful.
Pure, but Action with a cheeky knock. And Action's doing everything by his lonesome seemingly, and Top has to not protect his teammate, rattling off bullets, switching to his weapon, and FaZe will be wiped out. Okay, we didn't even have any time to breathe, and we already have Stalwart Esports getting the squad wipe.
Both of these teams ended yesterday's final game with strong results. Stalwart won the game. FaZe Clan got 17 points. Then in the first game of today, they both drop on boot camp, and Stalwart come out on top. It really should have been FaZe Clan, especially Beer 11 opened the knock on the Pika. But I don't know what it was. I don't know why MR5 was in the open like that. It's a big risk on the Lobster building when you're out in the open and you don't have the full information where the players of your opponents were. He got caught out. Then it went down to, I think it was Ventura's got knocked down, and then Beer 11 could do nothing. He even got a second knock, to be fair, onto, I think it was Action. Then Top finished them off. So close fight, but I really feel like it still should have been phases.
100%. Or at least, you know, even if they're going to get wiped out, at least claim a couple of kills there, right? Just the one kill, they're not going to be happy with the way that one played out. But Action, though, I really do want to take a look at the replay. The second kill he got in the double knock, great stuff. But the first one, the fade away, lost bullet to get the knock, just brilliant stuff coming out from Stalwart Esports. And yeah, we talk about the individuals on the team, and anyone can step up seemingly when the chips are down. Pika, it's kind of low in health, but it's fine. He's going to happily loot up. They have complete reign over boot camp, at least for the time being, and I don't see anyone nearby in the vicinity. Looking at the zone as well, the circle, it's nothing too drastic. We saw one yesterday, Imperium, where it was a bit of a western circle where I think we had like 40% in the water. So that led to some very interesting rotations. Right now, though, I'm going to be assuming that most of these teams are going to be pretty content just looting up rather at their leisure.
Deadeye's going for quite an early rotation from the coastal line of the mainland towards the Paradise Resort region. BC Swell close by to them. You do have BTR inside of Paradise Resort because there's no Rico Infinity in this lobby. Paradise Resort is free for the taking, so indeed they have taken it, as well as, of course, the Xavier. Nova still starting to end out away from Painan. Tong Jiao Bao being caught out by Genesis Dogma on the coastline towards the cave area. Will it be a bit of a trade-off? I don't think so, as Daybot will finish longs off indeed, and this is very good control from Genesis Dogma.
Again, right, Genesis Dogma, they're just this one team. You always, like, every team has encountered Genesis Dogma while they're rotating, and they have been wiped clean. I still do wait for the day when Genesis Dogma will be able to get that huge, you know, like a 30-point game. I don't think we've seen much from them. And right now, 6-2-8, as usual, on the move, looking to take down Ponzai, who seemingly is all alone. And mercifully, he'll be put very quickly 6 feet under. So that's an early knock and a kill coming from 6-2-8.
We're 5 minutes in, and we've already lost 9 players.
I love it.
Team.
How can he not be entertained? How?
Like, it's the first game of the day. It seems like all of these players woke up and had their Weetabix for breakfast. They're full of energy. They're ready to go. And that's the thing. It's not like this might not be the only fight in the next couple of minutes. I talked about Deadeye's guys close to BC Swell. BC Swell close to BTR. You can see it on that flyby. Very, very dangerous for BC Swell because they're heavily split and they've got a team either side.
So, are we going to talk about BTR?
We can mention them within the fact that Deadeye's guys and BTR both fought for that final spot in last week's games, and it came down to 1 point. BTR cannot allow history to repeat themselves. I'm going to continue on the kind of line of they know what's going wrong for them more than anybody else, and it's up to them to correct it. They come with a massive weight on their shoulders, but I know they're well able to deal with it. I need to see a strong team result from them, though. I was happy with the progression in aggression we saw in some of the games yesterday, but there wasn't really that kind of team effort. UI Boy kind of went down early on in a couple of games. Those kind of little mistakes that shouldn't be happening. You can't always control, but overall shouldn't be happening more often than not, as it is for BTR. So I want to see that strong team effort. It's going to be easier said than done on Sanhok, but I think with how they're located in Paradise Resort, it's a good starting point.
Yeah, I really, you hate to see that one team, like, you know, when everyone's performing either really, really good, like you look at a team like Infinity, obviously, and then you look at a team like Stalwart Esports, For Rivals, Secret, even they're performing well. You have certain teams in the middle of the pack, and then you have teams who are kind of trailing behind, and then you have that one lone team, you know, just limping along and just kind of giving up hope. You don't want to see that. You want to see every single team competing for that spot to, you know, for the final. So definitely would love to see BTR at least show some glimpses of the past, although that past has been a while. For Deadeye's guys, while we see Nigma Galaxy look so good in the league stage and completely falter in that first Super Weekend, on the flip side, we have a team like Deadeye's guys who were pretty damn solid during the Super Weekend, right? Like they were winning fights, were super aggressive, winning duels, and then when it comes to the league stage, they just seem to crap the bed. I just cannot wrap my head around why that happens.
That's I do struggle to put that into a form of logic around why a team can struggle so much, or why that performance seems to be absolutely extreme from one side to the other between a league stage and a Super Weekend. Yes, we know the league stage is a little bit more unpredictable, especially this week because you have a lot more Sanhoks in play. And the fact that you have all 20 teams playing, some groups you're not going to face up against on some games, so it's a little bit trickier to set up a game plan for those games. But to see such an extreme difference in performance from Deadeye's guys is a bit of a head scratcher. I think it's just something where they need to get the ball rolling. They know they have less games to do it, so they need to kind of warm up quicker than they were in the Super Weekend. It's not like they came in absolutely hot and heavy in the Super Weekend. They had nearly double the extra games to show their worth, in which they did. Whereas this time around, they only have a minimum amount of games, 3 today specifically, to really show us what they've got and qualify for their second Super Weekend.
And even more damning is the fact that 2 of the maps are Sanhok, right? Yes. They have only 1 more Erangel remaining to be played, so they need to be on the tippity toes. They need to be very, you know, they have that 360 vigil, be very aware of where teams are going to be coming in from. Yeah.
You know what's worse? Their average points in Sanhok in the Super Weekend was 1.7. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah. Considering they're right now sitting on 9 points, I believe. That's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. They need to have at least 2 very, very good games here if they want to ensure that they will be able to qualify for the second Super Weekend, especially with the points they accrued in the first one. Having to sit out the second one is just going to be a punch in the gut. So let's see how they're going to be faring right now, though. For Genesis Dogma, looking pretty solid, getting the 3 kills onto Tang Jiao Bao. Not quite able to get the full squad wipe, but they're going to be sitting very comfortably. Who is not going to be comfortable is going to be Yu Yang. Zig and Zag, great combat driving from Yu Yang. Somehow avoids getting knocked from Logan's bullets.
Just predictable play from Infinity, led by also predictable play from 628. Infinity know where 628 land. They know pretty much how they rotate. It's been the same rotation pretty much every Sanhok game from 628. Circle dependent. It can be a little bit of a different game plan from Infinity. This kind of circle complements their ability to camp 628 on the coastal line of that mainland. Now, of course, Nier isn't close to the rest of his Infinity team, which is also ironic considering his IGN is near. He's not too near to them. But for the time being, Infinity are still making plenty of noise and puffing up their chests. In other areas of the map with this Phase 2 circle shifting down to the southwest, they did low-key complement Reject's early rotation into a strong high ground position. It's a good spread. They have suffered a knock to the hands of Genesis Doggone, but I still like how proactive Reject have been. They have DRS to the north of them as well, so it's not going to get any easier for them as the push comes in for 628.
Yeah, 628 just taking the fight now. They don't want to just stick around knowing that Infinity are in the vicinity. And for Infinity, I mean, man, like, what's the average? I think they got 19.3, 19.4
19.4
points. Yeah, 19.4 average per game.
And they played 5 games.
That's,
insane.
Pardon my French, but that's bullshit. I mean, like, what the hell is that? It's just unreasonable. Yep. It's unreasonable, man. And this is off, you know, them going on a tear in a super weekend. They had a day off. We're like, they have to cool down a little bit right now. They need to be a little bit more, you know, it's just logic. The best of teams can't sustain that high, but they seem to just defy the odds here. And yeah, for 628, sure, they're able to take down one member of Infinity, but Sunan has been knocked down. Now, a good nade from Logan could potentially ruin 628's days.
They should be pushing it. They should be pushing it over the crest of the Black Hole hillside. The revive has come out. God Tunny wraps around, is able to get a lovely knock into Sunan. It was actually Logan's nade that got the knock into Sunan, but either way, good pressure from God Tunny in that off angle.
They know exactly where the player is as well. That is Daoshi. Was spotted by Tunny, and the moment he pops his head, there's going to be a bullet with his name on it. And there's not much Yu Yang can do from distance. They can try and provide some suppressing fire, but eventually Daoshi has to make a move. Nice nade being lobbed in by Daoshi, but won't quite find anyone for Infinity. Sliver of HP, all that's remaining for him, and oh, he's managed to heal himself up, so that's good. So if Yu Yang and 33Z can continue to pin down Logan and Nier right there behind that particular hill, things could get interesting, but we do see the third member of Infinity starting to rotate, or maybe trying to get a better angle, trying to neutralize Daoshi, because if you can take care of that, that could potentially force, hold up, Daoshi trying to make a run for it, his dancing, his weaving, and he somehow stays alive, but one more bullet is all Tunny needs, but he won't find it.
Phase 3 popped up and is shifted pretty heavily up north. It puts Boot Camp in a bit of a vicarious position on if you want to head into there. Boot Camp Hill by Stalwart is a great location. Jedi's guys haven't moved an inch in the last 5 to 7 minutes, as have BTR and Paradise Resort, which I'm kind of not a fan of because you don't really get that much outside information from Paradise Resort.
Well, Daoshi has information though. He's going to get the knock. Nier just running on in. Daoshi, even though he is isolated, a little compound, has a lot of angles, a lot of cover for him to work with. He's knocked down Nier, and Tunny's going to be going for the long rotation all the way out in the blue, braving the zone damage. And Daoshi, in the meantime, trying to finish off Nier just so he can convey information. I love this rotation coming in from Tunny though. Just going out into the blue, then heading on back in, taking a safer route, and Daoshi not able to do anything. The rest might actually come in here.
Going for a revive by the side of the wall is incredibly risky. Maxman is not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. Nearly connects, but not quite. On a side note, thank you to Maxman for that information, and I kind of wasn't sure myself. Nier is actually a substitute for the Infinity side, and he's subbing in for Newsy in today's first game at least. So it's great to see Infinity kind of flexing that sub, giving him that PMGC experience, because Infinity are in no way, shape, or form under pressure, so they can afford to make these kind of changes.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're like, listen, we're virtually guaranteed to play in a super weekend, so, you know, we're just going to be getting Nier and just kind of making sure he's warmed up and ready in case he does need to play in or sub in during the super weekend. Right now, though, somehow Tunny and Nier have managed to survive all those nades from Daoshi, and now Daoshi's being hunted down. The 33Z has been taken by Logan from atop that hill. It's a 3v2, and now it's favoring Infinity. Great nade if Daoshi stuck around there.
Lovely.
Oh, somehow, how does he calculate that? The guy's a genius.
Man, it's why he's one of the top players in this PMGC so far, being so impressive. Logan is on the back line. Now, I recommend he should push forward, try and make a bit of a move. Nigma Galaxy getting close by as they went for a bit of a variable rotation across that northwest island, and they'll just be avoiding it, going, hey, look, you do what you need to do. Oh, Rauf actually does come in to get a knock. Lovely double play for Nigma Galaxy. The opportunity was there, and they took it.
I don't think they're aware of Logan's position, though. Logan could easily ruin their day. Just waiting atop here.
Oh, no!
Of the bullets, and he finds both of them. Revenge is a dish served cold. And Infinity, though, Logan rather, is going to be finishing both of them off. Now, the rest of once more come in. At this point, I've lost count a number of times as Infinity members. These two, Near and God Tunny, have been knocked. Somehow, they keep getting up again. Maybe they're a Chubbawamba fan. I don't know.
Nice
like
reference.
You
I
like
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yang doesn't appreciate going getting affected by the molly, so he's gonna have to stop, drop, and roll as Near and Gatuni, they're gonna push on in. Sorry, Logan, should I say? Near gonna push on in, and they do indeed get the kill. They get the squad up, and finally that fight ends. And we hung on to that fight for quite a while, to be fair, and a lot of action has gone down. DRS have been put under pressure, losing two. Team Seeker coming in from outside the circle to be a very effective side. Taken down to the DRS players. Genesis Dogma is close by. The circle shifting up north. Deadeyes, once again, don't have to move. BTR will have to take out of the Paradise Resort region to hold on to that northeastern edge of the circle, while BC Swell staying in that compound by the south side of the space.
Okay, here comes Team Secret storming the compound, and Nima, we know how good he can be, but caught out with the nade in his hands. His days are numbered, and with that, that is gonna be it for DRS getting very comfortably eliminated there by their opposition, that is Team Secret. Meanwhile, Freak, trying to get some revenge for his fallen teammates, is able to drop Near. Not quite able to confirm the kill. In the meantime, Deadeye's guys, they have arrived as well. And Infinity, despite surviving what was a very prolonged
prolonged.
Yeah, very prolonged. But you know what? Shout out to production for sticking through it. I think it was a very interesting battle between the two teams.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
I love the mind games coming in. We could also see the individual plays coming out from both 628 and from the side of Infinity as well. But yeah, Infinity down to just a one man, at least for the time being, unless he gets the res. But they do have 7 points as we now switch over to Team Secret, who, again, you got to remember, Imperium, they looked incredible yesterday. It's just that Infinity made everyone else look just plebeian.
Well, of course, you have the gameplay difference between Team Secret and the Infinity, and what made the Infinity so strong across the board was how consistent their games were, whereas Team Secret's standpoint, they ended the day with a total of 44 points. 32 of those came from one game. Now, that's monumental in itself. It's the highest individual game in the PMGC so far, but it is kind of less consistent, I suppose. So massively overshadowed overall by the Infinity's performances. Nova are heavily pinched. Blue Zone starting to close its way in. Stalwart are putting them under a hell of a lot of pressure on towards that boot camp hill, as our BC Swell on that compound up above. Blue Zone on phase 5 becomes very, very dangerous.
Well, Nova out in the blue, taking damage from the zone, from the bullets, and for Rivals as well, not looking like they're in a comfortable spot. And for us, Stalwart Esports,
Look at
the
this,
3 surviving
9
members.
kills.
Okay, very quiet. I mean, I'm sure we saw that squad wipe earlier on, but they have managed to pick off members. And Genesis Dogma, again Imperium, they somehow get these initial, team wipes early on, and then it just gets picked apart. Look at where Satar is. He's nowhere nearby.
And that's something that teams tend to do in Sanhok, and we've seen it less in the PMGC. They'll rotate quite early in the first 2 or 3 phases, but it gets to phase 4 and they'll kind of stop, and it's like, this is Sanhok, you need to move quicker phase 4 onwards, and you pay the price of the blue as Reject are going to punish BC Swell, their Japanese friends. That's going to be a confirmed kill for Rejoso.
Imperium, I'm just looking at the teams left alive, right? Out of the 10, 8 of them were in the blue.
Yeah.
So it is going to be the play zone. Big Daddy Blue coming into play here. Tang Jiabao, attacker, is still doing a great job staying alive. He's at its very edge of the blue as well, so he can move on in from Paradise Resort. He's got that rock cover outcrop. BTR might be paranoid.
Here we go.
Here we go. Here's a game. Here's a game. They're going to get it. They're going to get a chicken dinner. Yeah, calling it.
And you know what's great for BTR? Is that they're still in the game as a full squad. But you know what's bad for BTR? So are Deadeye's guys. They're still in the game as a full squad. So that battle between the Nepali side and the Indonesian side is raging on as Team Seeker, looking for a bit of a third party. But Zuxi, he's well aware of that.
Oh, yeah. And Team Secret now raining down Hellfire and Deadeye's guys. They are really helping out BTR here. And for Deadeye's guys, they are being a little passive. And that's going to allow Team Secret to push on in. Lovely. But on top, it is going to finish out the final members. The res will take place. An attacker from behind trying to be sneaky, but Zuxi, he spins around on his feet and he gets the knock and the finish. And Lappy is a very, very, very lucky man. 9 left alive in the circle, but just 3 teams.
Yeah, he's going to grab his team third place, and it's going to come down to Deadeye's guys and BTR. 1 in the compound, 1 on the hillside, so both positions has its advantage. And with the circle centering up, it does go in the favor of BTR field, because Deadeye's guys, they need to move out of those buildings, and the second they do, BTR have their number for the time being. What kind of calculated smokes need to come out? For Deadeye's guys, you need to throw a couple of possibly offensive smokes, maybe up on top of the rock if you can. Otherwise, lay down a couple of baits and then move around and use the wall side to your advantage.
Again, just reminding everyone, these are the 2 teams at the bottom of the table right now, right?
Yep.
BTR haven't even played the first Super Weekend, and Deadeye's guys, there's a real possibility they won't even qualify for the second one because they have only 3 games remaining to be played. Beautiful. So a must-win chicken dinner for both these teams. And I love this from BTR. They still keep a couple of players on top, and 2 of them have moved on down.
BTR, the pride of Indonesia. Deadeye's guys are arguably the pride of Nepal and just PMGC outside of DRS. 4v4. What a way to end this first game of the day in a clean 4v4 fight. 2 teams that really need this chicken dinner.
On top. He's going to be the guy ensuring no one pushes in from the sidelines. And yeah, these 2 players on top here, Ryzen, even if Deadeye guys are able to, like, you know, jump from hut to hut, the amount of 3 players now on top, like, this is not comfortable for Deadeye's guys. Even though it's a 4v4 here, just the way they're getting corralled and just being pincered and also being pressured here by BTR. It's looking good. The Indonesian, they seem to be well on their way to get a chicken dinner here in Varium.
They've opened the knock, they've opened the door, and they're gonna say, hey, here's Johnny in the form of BTR. Shifu is knocked down. Looking for the confirmation. Shifu is going to be taken out, followed by Torulov. This is it. This is going to be a BTR win.
100% has to be Frag Boy. All that remains, and he won't remain around for much more longer. In BTR, the Bigatron finally get a chicken dinner, and they managed to make it look very clean, very clinical, very controlling, almost just asphyxiating Deadeye's guys in that final battle as well. Congratulations, and I called it Imperium. I didn't jinx someone for a change.
Wait, didn't you call it like halfway through the game when there was about 4 to 5 teams left? Just
that doesn't matter.
Okay, you know what? I'm with it. You called it. You got it right. You're the Messiah. Nicely done. But it was clearly a little bit of a quiet game for BTR. Calculated, you could argue, and that's the kind of result I wanted to see from BTR, ending the game as a full squad. But the second they recognized they needed to start making some noise and moving out of Paradise Resort, they were getting those kills, whether it was on the Team Seeker, whether it was on the Tang Jiabao from behind, whether it's this, that, and the other. They were very consistent with their movement coming into kind of phase 5 onwards. I didn't necessarily love how they hung around Paradise Resort for so long, but again, I appreciate, considering the situation they're in, they kind of needed to be a little bit quiet. They needed to wait for the moment to strike, and they certainly did.
I am a bit, I wouldn't say disappointed. I mean, they still got a second place finish over there, but I'm going to say I'm a little surprised that for Deadeye's guys, we know how important these points are for both the teams, right? And for Deadeye's guys, I mean, you have guaranteed a second place finish. I think they had like 4 or 5 kills at the very end over there. Now, at that juncture, even if you come in the second place, I would have loved them to at least kind of not just put up a defense, but rather take the fight to
I
BTR,
agree.
even though BTR had the advantage, right? So yeah, sure, you might get a second place, but if you're able to get a couple more kills, couple of points, that could be the difference maker between sitting out the next Super Weekend or not. Because again, remember, last week, they made it through by the skin of the teeth. They were tied, but because of the placement points, they were able to make their way through, right? So just an extra kill, an extra knock, making things a little bit more harder for BTR would have been great. But I felt like they, I wouldn't say they gave up, but more like we're just gonna wait here and bide our time and hope something goes their way, which unfortunately didn't quite pan out.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. At the end of the day, Deadeye's in a bit of a similar position. So maybe they were just happy to take second, but like you said, taking the fight would have been maybe a little bit more entertaining. Well, what's also going to be entertaining is the analysis from Jason and the boys. Take it away.
I would think that Imperium, after being on the show yesterday, you would know it's not very entertaining here on the desk. No, I'm just kidding. It's entertaining now because we have Kalaris here. No, I mean, that's even more rude, I guess I should say. I think, actually, if you missed out on this, Kalaris, Imperium did say that you and him are basically twins.
All right, well, you know, if you can look as dashing, as handsome as this man over here, well,
Good comeback, yeah.
Well, here's our rankings from the last match as Bigatron taking a much-needed win here. 25 points, not solidifying their spot into our Super Weekend just yet, but putting themselves finally in a good position to maybe get there. They were at the bottom of the table in 20th place at 7 points before this match. A big step up out of them. But also, guys, Deadeye's guys with 16 points here. They were in 19th with 9 points and already had 5 matches played.
Jason, thank the stars that Bigatron was able to do something. We were poking them with a stick, asking them to do something, and now they've finally done it. Getting themselves the 10 eliminations as well, I think, is really important here. I mean, we were looking at their position max in Paradise. We're saying, the circle's going towards them. They've got the high ground over that compound. They should have big advantages here. Yeah. They need to convert those advantages, and they did with the 10 eliminations. It's brilliant.
Yeah, they had the widest spread at one point. I believe they had U-High-Boy and Ryzen taking care of what was happening up north, so we were looking towards potentially Enigma Galaxy, towards also Infinity, and then you had the other two players that were Luxy and Zuxy. They were more focused on the southern edge. They were looking at Genesis Dogma, they were looking at Team Secret, even a few players of Reject, I'm pretty sure. So they were actually, once they knew as a fact that they cleared out all of Paradise Resort, all of the northeastern edge, they put 100% of their focus onto the center of the circle to deny Team Storm get in, so they could put then their focus on that fight versus Deadeye guys. It was well executed, but if I can bring a negative aspect here, I want to see BTR play like this a little bit more, being able to go out with the kills, be able to be a little bit more aggressive and take strong positions, which as of right now in the entirety of this PMGC, this is the only game from BTR where I'm like, you know what, they deserve that win.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, if you think about some, because I was watching yesterday as well, and I still think like some of their rotations looked a little bit lost, but when they have the circle here, they were able to play with it. So, but I still need to see more. I still need to see those rotations that are giving me question marks come to fruition and look good.
Yeah, I mean, just having one good match, I think we can expect every team to have one good match. But if we want to see the championship caliber team of Bigatron come back to light, well, we need to see a lot more of it. Also, Team Secret there, we saw putting up some really good damage, getting some really good points, actually, carrying over that consistency we were talking yesterday of how they're rivaling. Rivaling? Help me out. Okay, rivaling the Infinity from yesterday when it came to average stats.
Yeah, and it's sure it's going to be a little bit tricky. Okay, Enigma Galaxy. It's not Super Weekend yet, okay? We're still on the league play right now. You've got to try and get some points in eventually. But otherwise, FaZe already started creating a little bit of a buffer for themselves on that first day, so they're able to get up to 23, and now is that one they're going to get up to 24, so they're fine. But head-to-head, I mean, Action getting himself 8 kills. We were surprised looking at the stats earlier, right, Kalaris? But 8 kills after that early fight versus FaZe. Like, this guy was gunning from the very start.
Yeah, in common, you get yourself 8 kills for yourself on a Sanhok, right? Normally, it's like quite low. Normally, it's quite well distributed. These two were by far the top damage dealers of this game. And I mean, doubling anybody else's numbers that were coming out. Even though you know, Jason, you're saying Team Secret, you're getting some damage on the board. Fredo, admittedly, was number 3, but he still had 429 damage compared to what we're seeing here from Logan and Action. And Infinity were stuck in the fights up towards the top versus Enigma Galaxy for a long time here. And I'm impressed that Logan was able to get the kills that he did and put the damage up that he did, given that it was a severe situation for them to get into the circles whilst those fights were going on.
And we see he's actually going to be the MVP here too for Infinity. 54% of his team's contribution, almost going out of the radar graphic again. If you just had a little bit more, you might have been able to push it. But like you're saying, the fact that he had like double the damage of anyone else is really impressive. And again, shows Infinity, even if they don't, finish the match in, top 3 placings, they're still going to be a formidable force that you have to contend with.
And you also got to keep in mind that this game, we didn't even have ourselves Newsy in the game. He actually subbed out for Nir, which is great. We talked about this, Kalaris, a little bit while watching the game, that if there's any better time to have a sub play and give maybe a little bit of a break to one of your players and also gave great, valuable experience to one of your subs, like this is the perfect moment for them to do it when it started off the day was 97 points. And Nir, that's super valuable experience that could help him heavily in the long run if you have to bring him in at some point in the tournament.
100%. Yeah, you know that you're in the weekly final, and you know that you're going to be in with a ridiculous cushion, never mind anything else. Get some reps in for Nia for the Infinity. You know that Newsy's going to be totally fine coming in on a cold start, maybe even on that weekly final. I love that there's a little bit of flexibility here.
I get the fact of like trying to bring in another player, get him some experience, get him used to the lobbies, but I also am worried, like, if Newsy's not playing every match, is he gonna fall off then long term? Like you're saying, maybe get cold and have to come into Super Weekend cold. I mean, I think it has its good, its pluses and minuses in my opinion.
Sure, I can see that. I mean, I don't really have any counter to that. I mean, we'll see what happens down the line, right? Like we can only see when it comes to fruition. So yeah, we will bide our time, Jason.
I mean, the fact is though, one thing we can both agree on, it is great to actually have rosters with like 5-6 players and they actually play those other people, whether or not it's a rotation they're consistently going to use a different players, or it's more so just to get them experience, like long-term thinking of like, can we get these players the experience they need? And we know they're not necessarily on the level we want them to be just yet, but get them into a couple of matches when we're safe and then see where we go from there. Quickly, while we have a little bit of time, you can see 6 to 7 minutes until our next match. Remind you guys about what you guys can win at home. You guys need to be getting your votes in for your favorite teams and your favorite players. Maybe Logan has opened your eyes to potentially some votes for him. And when you do so, you'll be getting some permanent pink level reward. The potential for some pink level permanent rewards. It is a rough day today. Luckily we have tomorrow off. And then as well as there's the treasure going on for you guys, the box you can get for yourselves while watching the match within the esports center or over on YouTube. You get points accumulated and you can unlock a permanent item as well. Max says you get the pen. He doesn't have the points just yet. Imperium, we caught him in his lie yesterday, but it's fine. He's going to be unlocking stuff when he does get the points for that as well. And now as we take a look at the overall standings after our first match of the day, we can see here Infinity have crossed the threshold of 100 points, but Team Secret in hot pursuit at 57.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit close there towards the top because Infinity, don't forget, they're not going to be playing every single game today. So it could close off. I don't know. Is it? I like to have a little bit of hope. You know, it's going to be contested because I don't like seeing teams run away with such a huge lead this early on, Kalaris. I like seeing things a little bit close, but it is going to be a little bit tricky. Though, Star Wars gave himself some good finishes here when we saw the 8 kills coming out from, the eliminations coming out from action, actually. I'm going to have my glasses, Jason, for this Super Weekend. So, Star Wars, you got to have some good games, okay? Because I'm going to see everything this Super Weekend. I don't want to be disappointed.
Yeah, and we did see TJB in 3rd place, and Kalaris, I am curious, do you think TJB is a 3rd place team?
No. This is such a shame, because if we'd have asked me before, I literally at the beginning when I asked you, and I think they're a 2nd place team, I think they're a 5th and 6th place team, and they were in 6th at the start of the day. Damn it, I could have just answered happily yes. It would have been brilliant, but you know, that's the case. I think that you know, obviously they had to make some consolidations here in this Sanhok and kind of bring in attacker way and doing some slow healing strats to go things through. But yeah, I still think that, you know, top 5 is realistic here for TJB.
Okay, well, we see Bigatron here bouncing from 20th place to 11. That's how big of a jump you can make if you just have that one good match. Now, the problem they have is they have to maintain some points more throughout the rest of the day, because where they were before was not acceptable for them to qualify. They had 7 points across 3 matches, and luckily they still have 4 games left to go. And we can see here Erangel, Sanhok, so things will normalize a little bit when we get to Erangel, but our eyes are still going to be focused on these bottom teams, and technically even, and I hate to say it here, Max, but Enigma Galaxy, they can't afford to be having these 0-point games anymore. They already have 6 matches played now. They have 2 left to go, and the threshold was 41 points last week, but in statistically it's around 47 plus or minus 3 from past results. So they definitely need to see like an okay game here in their last 2 matches to be more confident qualifying.
Yeah, and unfortunately we know how much Nigma Galaxy loves those 1-point days, so we're hoping to not see that happen once again for Nigma Galaxy. Otherwise, it could be a really drastic fall-off for them.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we do have Erangel coming right up for you.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Danny, ready for abstract.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, if you guys blinked, you might have missed it because we're heading now into our second match of the day. We're speeding things up here to get our matches out as quick as possible for all of you guys watching at home, and hopefully you're enjoying the show. You can always tweet to us to see our social medias down below here, and we're going into Erangel next. I love how they made this graphic, and I have confirmation, Max, they did make it because they were fed up with you saying the wrong teams.
Yeah,
but we can see groups A, C, D, and E participating here in this match. FaZe Clan, not too good performance in the last match, but again have a chance to redeem themselves here. But my eyes still are going to be focused towards Bigatron. Again, like, I don't want to see this team who has been so dominating back in 2019 when we're all in Malaysia for the PMCO Global Finals. I want to see them have a bit more consistency, and maybe this kind of confidence is going to help them. I think out of every team here, maybe them and Nova actually have some of the largest fan bases that are also some of the most critical and put so much pressure on them to perform that when they have those bad matches, I feel like it's like a downward spiral almost.
Yeah, I mean, for BTR, we just have to see if they can build some type of consistency eventually. Even if it's the BTR consistency, where it's a good game, a bad game, a good game, a bad game. That's okay as long as they're able to get those points in, those influx of points. They're desperately going to need that into the Super Weekend itself if they do make it. But the team that I'm really focused on for this game, at least, is going to be Xavier, because they're now playing their first game of the day. They're going to play every single game for the rest of the day now. And when you look at how the last performance went, Deadeye's guys have a really good result. BTR having a great result, and they were below Xavier. So now Xavier found himself in 20th position. And this is a team that I love. I love Lamborghini. I love Frankie also. I think they're really talented individuals, and we saw them especially play back in the World Invitational at a great level. But it's getting a little bit scary for them. It would be weird to not see them make it in the Super Weekend.
It would be weird indeed, but as we can see here, at least I'd say we're pretty confident in like 5 of these teams, maybe a little bit more than that. They should be getting through. Obviously, Infinity, 105 points. But the bubble, I think, is what's really interesting, because last week we didn't have this one team soaking up this many points, being that point sponge as we've coined back in the past. So I do wonder, will this affect the bubble? Will the bubble be lower than we expected? And how close will all the teams around that bubble actually be to each other?
There's the potential that it happens, because, I mean, not only, I mean, we look at Infinity and yes, oh, they got 12th place in this previous game. Maybe now it's the dip. Well, no, they still got themselves 7 kills despite getting 12th place. So they're still racking up big numbers whilst it's going on. And actually, just to, because you brought up BTR and I didn't really get a chance to talk about them here at the moment. And you also brought up the fact that some of these rosters with like subs and the potential flexibility is very strong. I think for BTR, this is very apparent. If you look at the start of this tournament, Yuhai was not playing. Now Yuhai is playing every single game in place of Liquid, I think it is. And he is still one of their biggest performers right now. So I think having brought in Yuhai from that sub position, now what seems like the main stable roster spot, I think that's very important here for BTR to kind of have the winds of change in their favor.
Okay, I mean, with Erangel coming up now, I think we're going to really find out. And actually, on that note of BTR, I'm curious, is there ever going to be a time where we see like Zuxi, Luxi, or Ryzen sub out? Because they're obviously the core of the team, right? And I feel like it's hard to ever sub them out from a fan base point of view. But I wonder, realistically, if they're not performing in a tournament, will they put Liquid in over them? Will they put Yuhai Boy in over them?
I don't think so. I think that BTR without Luxi, Zuxi, and Ryzen would just be odd to watch as a whole. But maybe if they want to try things out, they can, but right now they're not safe. So definitely now is not the time to try things out like that. Maybe if you want to do into the 3rd league play, and if you're already comfortable after the first day, sure, you can give it a shot if you want, but now is not the time. Just go for the main roster, go with Yuhai Boy because it's working out, and just qualify. That's the bare minimum we want to see.
Well, you know what it is time for, Max fan? Prediction time.
Oh, okay.
Who do you got for me?
I want to see Xavier game. So I would like a top 3, but win will be the best. I want to see them qualify. So yeah, Xavier. Let's go.
Claris?
4 rivals. Let's go.
Okay. Well, maybe 4 rivals could get their first chicken dinner. Let's head to our commentators to find out here with Imperium and Bleh.
Thank you for that, Jason. All right, 4 rivals. That's a decent shout coming in from Calaris. No, you have something to say about that, Imperium.
4 rivals, as far as I know, are not playing in this game. As far as I know.
Okay. Oh my lord, you're calling him out.
As far as I know. Yeah, 4.
All right.
Yeah, 4 rivals aren't playing in this game.
Well, there we go. Maybe we're just trying to test.
Exactly. That's the thing. I think he's trying to test me. Did I pass the test, Claire? I hope I did.
I don't know. You can probably let us know in the chat. Taking a look at the playing path. This is a bit out of the ordinary. I like it. I personally love wonky playing paths, and you know what would be even better? A play zone all the way towards Kameshki. That would make me a very happy man.
Oh boy, you are so evil. I love you for it, but I also hate you for it. It's a glorious love-hate, but let's see what happens. Or maybe a military island circle. I'd be very happy with that.
I don't mind.
Even though it would complement the playing path. this is game 2 of the day, and we need to highlight a couple of teams. And it's ironic that they're the two teams that finished first and second in the first game of the day. Deadeye's guys and BTR. Not only do they only have 2 games left today, but for Deadeye's guys especially, this is their final 2 games. They do not play the last 2 games today, so the destiny of their finishing position is completely taken out of their hands.
Yeah, and these two teams, man, like, oh, look what's happening in the military base. What is going on there? Tang Jiabao looking to basically loot what should be, what they thought was going to be an empty military base, but it looks like BC Swell had the same idea. And you know what they say, you know, when the cat's away, the mice will play. And right now, the mice are going up against each other. I'm not saying, you know, mice is a bad thing. You know, I like mice. I like mice.
They're
not
cute.
rats, though. Yeah,
Okay.
mice are cute. Justice, he's kind of screwed there. He can't really move from that position, at least for the time being.
The whole of BC Swell are landing very weirdly in this game because they should have seen the parachutes of their opponents. Therefore, okay, we can't really land like this. Whereas you can see it's a much cleaner drop from the Tang Jiabao players. Longs is able to keep Justice shut down. He is a little, well, okay, not heavily on his own, but he is, for the time being, the only port of distraction as he has his teammate close by. Well, BC Swell, they have a couple of roof positions. CR Tomato pushes in. This is a nice push for BC Swell.
I like it. And immediately taking out Attacker, who even when TJP, they seem to struggle at times. It's always an Attacker who's always impressed me quite a bit. So him being taken out of the equation over here, Imperium, that doesn't paint a pretty picture for Tang Jiabao.
As much as it wasn't the best of drops for BC Swell, I think they recognized that and said, okay, the only way we're going to gain control in this fight is if we grab it by the hands and we put Tang Jiabao under pressure. So it allows Justice, who was in the worst position he could have asked for, to disengage away. He's still focused a little bit by Longs, but let's be fair, for Tang Jiabao, they shouldn't be worrying about Justice because they've lost a player. They have overall the body disadvantage in this fight.
Oh, precision shots coming out from Longs from the distance. He's been actually just chipping away at a number of these players for BC Swell, but fortunately for Justice, he has that kit to heal himself up, and now Longs' position is known. Juzzy, a red dot trained on his position, is trying to line it up. He wants to ensure the moment he pulls the trigger, it's going to guarantee a knock. Bamboo on the rooftop making quite a bit of noise. They know where he is as well. BC Swell now just splitting off into 2 pairs, which is interesting. I thought Justice was going to be grouping up with Tomato, but yeah, it looks like he will, and they're going to be trying to potentially catch Bamboo.
I think it's great that CR Tomato went up towards roof to try and shut down Bamboo, because Bamboo being on that roof, although it's in the open, it's technically in a bit of a safer spot than you think with how BC Swell have pushed up, because you need to get a bit of a different angle to get those shots onto Bamboo, and Bamboo can be a bit of a distraction point. So I really appreciate that between Justice and CR Tomato. Both holding different roofs is a little bit riskier for BC Swell, and that 2-2 split that you alluded to might not work out in their favor. But this is a very different rotation coming out from Long Z. I don't know exactly what he's going for, but it could be big brain 9000 IQ play. As this fight kind of goes on, to talk about the phase 1 circle, very tricky because it's heavily on that southwest side. You have a good bit of water in play. You have a good chunk of military island. It could end by the bridge that we saw in one of the last Erangel game yesterday, if I do remember, in which FaZe, no, it was the last game of the day where FaZe got 17 points. It could end around that area, so it's going to be interesting to see how the likes of BTR rotate in this game. Looking back in the previous game, one of the strengths around how they performed well, I'll finish my thought later, as BC Swell are pushing in.
Oh, Bamboo, so unfortunate there, Imperium. I really thought he'd probably be able to escape after getting that knock, but he will be finished off. I love the push, by the way, from coming in from BC Swell. And one by one, TJP, they're getting hunted down. But yeah, please do finish your thought.
Yeah, one of the strengths of why they got a very strong result in the first game is they didn't have to rotate in the first game. And I really like the fact that Kyleris on the desk brought up the fact that one of the struggles from BTR we've seen so far in the PMGC has been their rotations. And in yesterday's last game, they only got 1 point because they rotated in a bit of a narrow-minded viewpoint, I feel, and it was kind of like not thinking one step ahead, and that forced them to get shut down as the circle shifted. Although trickily, they did shift and it didn't help them at all. Whereas this game, I want to see a little bit more viability. I want to see a little bit of one step ahead thinking on how BTR set themselves up coming into phase 2, phase 3.
They had a nail on the head here, and right now though, H-Sir has a lot of work to do. He is getting surrounded like a SWAT team. Just jumping onto a solitary member here for Tang Jiabao. He's got longs to provide some covering fire, but does he know his position? A couple of warning shots. He's going to burn alive and be taken down. Yeah, sure, a knock does take place, but a res will be coming in as well. Basically, well, it's nothing too complicated. It's nothing too, elaborate. They just group up together, good spacing, and they're able to swarm and swamp each and every member of Tang Jiabao, and very, very convincing and comfortable win there for the Japanese side. Great stuff.
And this isn't the most comfortable for both Nova and Enigma Galaxy. Nova are a little bit similar to Deadeye's guys in the form of this is their last 2 games. The destiny of their overall result in this league play week 2 is out of their control. In this fight, they do have the body advantage as Enigma Galaxy have lost 2 players, but Jimmy is under a little bit of pressure. I like the nade cook up from Hamodi that might connect on the power boy, not quite.
Freak. One bullet, Jimmy. One bullet, and he's gonna find it. That got a little too hairy for Nova. And yeah, both these two teams, it's a penultimate game, Imperium. For Enigma Galaxy, they're in a much more comfortable place, right? I think they have like 40 points, I think-ish, accrued. But for Nova, yeah, it's a game they really, really need to deliver. And already, they've got a couple of points, but that's not good enough. They need to stay alive, and being whittled down to just 2. It's not a comfortable position to be in for the Chinese side. Taking a look at the zone, though, as I say, it comes up, and this is lovely. This is beautiful. This is what I live for, Imperium. Although, maybe not for the players. Maybe they're not enjoying this as much as I am.
Oh man, I'm here for it as well. I'm here for it as well, and this is what I like about Genesis Dogma. They're quick to react to this circle. They've blocked off BTR's path on the 2 Indonesian sides. Very familiar with each other. I don't know if BTR will be aware that it could be Genesis Dogma ahead of them. Deadeye's guys getting close to the Xavier. I think the Xavier overall, and I'm trying not to be too harsh, but I believe that the Xavier have been probably the most underwhelming team in PMGC so far. Yes, they've qualified for the first Super Weekend, but to me, they didn't really light up too many of the games. They haven't showed their massive strength, and I think, yeah, they've been the most underwhelming team. I want to see them step up. I know they're capable of it. They've just yet to show it.
Oh, that is a bitter end. Bitter end for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
Joining Tang Jiabao. Dude, they have one more game remaining. And right now, I'm just going to quickly take a look at the standings. They're 8th position, right? With 40 points to their name. Looks good. Looks good. But the teams behind them, 37, 35, 32, 29, 25, 24. And the majority of them have 3 more games remaining to be played. So they are not in a comfortable spot. And they have only 1 more game remaining. So the MENA team, Enigma Galaxy, sure, they struggled during the Super Weekend. Bottom of the table, but they would really be looking to ensure. Yeah, they needed. They absolutely needed to kind of redeem themselves here. BTR, though, on a bit of a path of redemption of their own, and they're going to be rattling other people. It's in the direction of Genesis Dogma, who will very comfortably manage to scoot away.
It's not much, but it's just that little bit of proactivity. It's that little bit of suppression from BTR. Moving forward as a team, playing as a team, Yuhai not getting too far out of line, sending Genesis Dogma back into the buildings of the coastline position that, although provides protection, leaves them in a more isolated spot when phase 3 pops up, whereas BTR have clearly set themselves up for a stronger rotation on phase 3 with that little bit of proactivity. Cryptics currently down in the 17th spot.
Yikes.
With 4 games played. They're only 3 points behind our MENA compatriots in the form of Rico Infinity. So it is possible. But they need to start this day off strong. They need to really play every single game as if their life depends on it. I like the rotation they played on that western side. It's out of sight, out of mind, but I'd like to see them delve a little bit more forward in preparation for phase 3, closer to that ferry pier city, hang on to the coastline, and then look to set up for possibly a shift up north, depending on where phase 3 goes.
Right now, it's a bit of a civil war. The Indonesians going up against each other. On one hand, you have Genesis Dogma, a team we know can deliver. They have looked good. They just seem to lack that extra little bit of an edge, which I'm very certain they're gonna find as the event progresses. And on the other hand, we have BTR, a legendary name in the game, but have really failed to deliver. But you never know. Things could easily turn around. They've already got the chicken dinner already looking pretty solid right now.
Nice.
And nades being sailed on in though. And looking at a zone Imperium, any thoughts here? Because I'm looking at Stalwart and BC Swell, and I'm seeing a collision.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing a collision. I'm also looking at the fact that BTR realistically cannot disengage away from this fight. They've put the glue on, they've stuck to the hill, and they're going to have to commit, but it's not good for them in the start because they suffered an instant kill at the hands of Luxy. He is down. BTR left with 3 players up.
They have to commit, you say? They're not. Are they going to go? Oh, this is unlucky. This is unfortunate. Satar rattling off bullets. Yeah. He's going to find another knock. Horizon will alight from his vehicle. He's got a bit of cover. And Satar ensuring that High Boy won't be able to be res. So yeah, that little bit of a skirmish. It looked like it could go either way. And look at Booms. He's trying to cut off the escape route. This is
brilliant.
Brutal from Genesis. It's brilliant and it's ruthless from the countryman.
Yeah, but he's also taking the risk doing it on his own. He has a bit of an idea where Ryzen is, but he's going down in the prone position. So the element of surprise can still be played on board. A couple of shots in the direction of Zuxi as he gets in the vehicle. BTR, unfortunately, bit off more than they could chew in the form of Genesis Dogma. The Xavier have gone onto that Pachinki Hill position, which is very good as a 3-1 split. I absolutely love it. Rico Infinity are a little bit to the west of them, so they're coexisting for the time being with Deadeye's guys down in the compound at the bottom of the Pachinki Hill. At least with this phase 3 shift going up north, it's eliminated the threat of a military island finish. However, the opposite to that is it does hold on to a lot of the fields outside of Pachinki. So that's going to be tricky for the team to contend with. Down One Gaming are in that compound outside of that ferry pier hill, overlooking those fields, so they're in a good spot.
Stalwart Esports, they've been allowed by BC Swell to cross the bridge, right? They're going to be coming on in late. I saw a couple of members there from BC Swell. They had to cross their train on the Stalwart Esports members, but they maintained that trigger discipline. And now for Stalwart, they know where Reject are. Sarah, and they're taking a couple of shots. And I like this from Stalwart. They're going to be immediately dropping on down, but this is where things can get problematic. Because they are unaware that BC Swell are right behind and above them.
Now they're going to know because BC Swell players are pushing in with vehicles. They're making a lot of noise. Do they recognize that Stalwart didn't actually continue forward? They are not aware. They're the ones that got caught out.
Oh my lord, that is such a mistake. Such a mistake coming in from BC Swell. Look at the preemptive incendiary as well. Stalwart Esports, when it comes to these fights, they're almost unbeatable. One of the best teams in the entirety of the server. Nice knock from Just This, but a quick trade from Top. 2 members knocked down now for BC Swell. Top's going to take a little bit of a breather to patch himself up, and Pika is going to be resing action. Got to bear in mind, Juzzy is very much alive. You can see Star slowly sneaking on in, but Juxi, meanwhile, okay, what's going on here?
Okay, CR Tomato jumped down from the bridge on a side note. Is the Xavier is gonna have Team Secret pushing in, and that's lovely. Defense, we also have Reject gonna get pushed by Rico Infinity on this phase 4 shift. Rico Infinity, they want to grab control and qualify for this second Super Weekend. Also looking for the players of Stalwart.
Okay, I've given up. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I actually don't know what's going on. Everyone is battling everyone, and now we switch to Team Secret, who is going to be battling against Reject. Reject are everywhere, and so are Rico Infinity. They're just taking fights. I think that was a 6-way fight, if my math serves me right. Scry, a 6-way fight, Imperium. Actual madness. As Stalwart Esports, I don't know how, but they've managed to keep all 4 still alive and kicking, and they're now going to be grouping up and taking down SK Todd. Oh my lord, get absolutely brutalized. And as this particular duel between Rico Infinity and Reject is still going to continue. Look at the amount of smokes around them. How are they even breathing?
And even Team Secret could get involved with Y2K, so that's something to consider. I know he's on his own in that warehouse, but a bit of a third party could come through. It's Reject. Lovely nade knocked by Divine onto Prestigio. If I were Reject, I'd look to push on. Another nade being thrown out goes a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, that second nade could have completely, absolutely ruined Rico Infinity's day there, but the res will take place. Again, it is a 2 versus 2 right now. Prestigio inside a container, gonna be healing himself up. In the distance, you can see Cryptics making the way in. You said, right, they were sneaking the way all the way from Ferry Pier, not making a little bit of a sound. But now that they've arrived, Stalwart Esports, I think they spotted Marshall. But looking at the way they spread out, Cryptics are in a very comfortable spot, unless Marshall opts to head out into the open, in which case he is going to be mowed down by the members of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah.
Lazy Boy just tapping away in the meantime. I feel Cryptics at the moment, alongside Stalwart, are in the best position possible compared to anyone else in the zone.
That's an interesting take. I would low-key disagree with that, but I understand where it's coming from, simply because of the spread. I just think when you look at where this circle is, if it goes up north, they have FaZe in front of the Nova Rico, but I understand where you're coming from because of the spread they have in their current position. What I like is that Cryptics have been making a bit of noise. They got the final kill onto BC Swell players as BTR go down, so Stalwart 100% know that Cryptics are around them.
Yeah, and but as you said, if it's going to be a Northern Shift, then it's going to be a lost team standing between the two of them, right? And there you go. There you have it. If I'm Stalwart, I am not moving an inch from that position. Or maybe they might. I don't know. I don't know what's right or wrong. All I know is they're sitting pretty comfortable at the moment here in Imperium.
They should stay where they are. With the lack of landmass available, they are in the best of the worst situations because of the fact that they're on their own and nobody's really going to crash them, right? So they're going to be able to third party as Nova send it into the rock side and they're taking on the Xavier. Genesis Dogman might want to get involved. FaZe Clan finally started to step up to the plate in yesterday's final game of the day. Went out early in game 1 of the day in the battle of boot camp against Stalwart. They're in a good spot. They're waiting it out. Phase 5 Blue Zone starting to close in.
Dead Eyes guys, all eyes on Dead Eyes guys. As well, never mind, all eyes on FaZe Clan as they're going to be pushing on up against a two-member squad that is Reject and Rico Infinity. I don't think FaZe will be aware that they know where Reject are because they did manage to get a knock. And they probably think it's just Reject they have to go up against, but if they're not careful, if they're not wary, Rico Infinity, Prestigio, and Fidan, they can potentially get the flank. They can easily get a double knock here from the sidelines.
Plus, once again, that third-party potential from Team Secret is there in the form of Y2K holding onto that golden. Whereas the rest of the Xavier in that north side, just outside the circle, punishing Deadeye's guys, getting a knock and a kill. Down one gaming as well. I respect the fact that a few of these teams are waiting and biding their time until the last minute to move into this Phase 5 circle, because if you go too early, often you can get caught out when you go too early into these kind of circles that involve so much water.
This is Dogma. Managed to withstand a number of skirmishes, just losing to one casualty. Okay, he's fine. He's all good. It's all good. DRS are pretty comfortable as well, but they say that Fidan. These shots being rattled by Fidan, I know he wants to get those knocks, but that's going to be a dead giveaway to FaZe, and now they're going to be aware of, wait a minute, there's probably just 2 players inside that gas station, but I could hear a couple more extra guns rattling off, so things could be interesting, and things are not interesting, things are miserable for Deadeye's guys. They came in a little late, and unfortunately, Imperium, it's out in the fields, out in the open, where they're going to be sitting ducks.
Yeah, indeed. Cryptic's also had a player get knocked down as well as Nova. DRS going up against each other. It's a body advantage to the side of DRS. A lovely knock onto Jimmy, leaves Powerboy on his own.
They're so low to the 3 members.
What?
Oh, what?
Okay, nice on the path. Nice one.
Okay, that just okay, Neva. All right. Take a bow.
Look at the circle shift.
I saw that. What is this? What is even going on? I love this. That's 80% water. 80% water and cliffs is nothing. There's a sliver of land for these players to play for, and still, by the way, this battle it's been going on for 50 years now, and no one has dropped yet. FaZe, all 4 still alive. Rico Infinity, those 2 still outstanding alongside Reject, and now we have the South Koreans in the form of Damwon Gaming joining the fray. Somehow, they have all 4 members still kicking and standing. And if I'm Starwood Esports at the moment, oh boy, they're gonna be licking the lips.
If you watch PUBG Mobile World League back in 2020, all I'm gonna say is TED 2.0 possibly incoming. Now, as FaZe have to move out, they need to get closer to the circle. As you said, Reject and Rico still around there. Cryptics are gonna go down, unfortunately, with only 2 kills. That position didn't quite work out for them.
Well, Reject having evacuated the premises, FaZe have come and just occupied them. And Divine, unfortunately, because of that, he's going to be taken down. Now Sarah, oh boy, that's a big chunky piece of metal in his hands as Damwon Gaming straight into the water, where they're going to be having a nice underwater conversation with Ristico.
I appreciate that from Damwon Gaming. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and sometimes you just gotta send it into the water.
Yeah, and Galvin send it into Frankie.
Oh no!
Galvin! Okay, that got a little messy. Starwood Esports! Oh, that's a double knock. Tony K, FaZe up a potential in this particular game. And we have jinxed him a couple of times, but yeah, sure, they've lost a couple of members. But Uni from behind, he could be the snake in the grass. He could be the Viper is going to strike them and bite them in the buttocks. Tony K, though, seems to be aware. He spots him out. A couple of shots being rattled off, trying to find the ankles of Uni. Lovely. And Uni just going to be lobbing in a couple of smokes. And I think it was a smoke and a nade. Oh, no.
Oh, not quite.
Doesn't land where he wanted to. And now he's out in the open. And that means Tony K could potentially spot him out if he manages to, if he crawls his way out of the cover.
You have no idea how good those smokes were from Juni. Next level, like so simple but so effective underneath to block those spots of the bridge. Unfortunately, he does end up getting taken out by Gayals and DRS. 7 kills up in this game so far. We're left with our final 6 teams, and the only team with a full squad left, despite suffering 2 knocks, is Stalwart.
It's kind of nuts. That position. Listen, when I said they were probably the best position in a zone, I didn't factor in the circle shift. I didn't know which way it was going to go, but I guess I'm literally doing the opposite of a Caster's Curse today, Arian.
It's a Caster Blessing. Welcome to the club, my friend, because this is now 2 games in PUBG Mobile competitive in my commentating career, which I'm going to have this beautiful water finish outside of the mainland of Erangel. Prestigo's in there with the vehicle. 2 players of Damwon Gaming, 1 of Genesis Dogma. All the while, FaZe, their 2 players holding on to a shack, waiting for their opportunity to strike a Stalwart. Still have their full squad left alive.
Yeah, Stalwart are very... Oh my lord. You blink and you miss it. FaZe instantly just eliminated by... Action single-handedly. So yeah, 5 teams still duking it out, but one of those teams have 4 alive. So no prizes for guessing who are the favorites here. Okay, Gelson.
I'm looking at Stalwart as the favorites.
Oh, is that so? Wow,
Yeah,
very brave of you. Galzin having to basically... Oh, I love the repositioning coming in from Galzin, but unfortunately he tosses the Molotov, thinking Action was playing behind the tree, but Action getting knocked down from the water. Now it's a 3-man squad, and the nade could potentially finish off Action. That would be huge! Oh, just shy by a couple of inches, and Stalwart will be good right now. Still continuing to rain fire from above onto the members down in the water. Oh, I'll tell you, I've never casted a circle like this in my entirety of casting PUBG Mobile.
Now the difference compared to last year is that last year players weren't using the vehicle situation and being in the passenger seat. That is what helped Genesis Dogma get the final kill onto the final DRS player. But then one gaming, your 2 players up, could hold that rock side and punch your way into a bit of a chicken dinner situation. And Stalwart now have to start making their way into the water.
Top trying to provide information to his teammate, who unironically is the one on top, and that's great shot, great knock. Rico Infinity out. Wait, what? Wait, what did I just see there from Action? Wait, what? Okay, so I'm not even gonna pretend to say I casted that final zone well, because that just ended Stalwart Esports, just taking multiple fights, everyone in the water, and what has to be one of the wonkiest, one of the strangest final circles I've ever had the pleasure of casting, I guess. Imperium, that was a strange one. That was the strangest one for me personally.
It was definitely strange. Of course, kind of not because of the vehicle situation where you're able to get in the passenger seat and shoot from the passenger seat. It meant there was a lot more variability on the players who were in the water, like Rico Infinity and the last player, Satar of Genesis Dogma. They were able to do a little bit of work on the teams in the mainland. But I do gotta give credit to Stalwart for that, because in a different situation, they probably would have played a little bit more passive in that very end, because they recognized that, hey, we can't take this victory for granted despite us having a full squad up. They did send it into the water themselves. Action was there as a bit of a scout in his kind of submarine suit or whatever you want to call it, and got into the vehicle with Rico. Despite Rico getting a knock onto last player, Rico getting a knock onto Scry, again, Action was able to finish him off with that information. So overall, very well executed, despite it being a tiny bit anticlimactic by Stalwart.
Yeah, and here's the thing. That could easily have been a very, very different ending if BC Swell, they saw Stalwart before they crossed the bridge over to the mainland.
Yes.
And they opted to hold on to their, to their bullets. They're like, yeah, we're gonna wait. You're just gonna buy the time. When they cross on over, we're gonna sneak on into the bridge, completely unaware that Stalwart Esports had fallen down the bridge, and then they themselves walked into a trap, which Stalwart Esports, they wouldn't have been setting up for it. They just were in a perfect position to take them down.
And BC Swell could easily have scouted. For sure, you can scout across that bridge. You don't have to full send it. So definitely, despite BC Swell very happy with their fight on the Tongjiao Bao, it was a little bit disappointing that they went down in that manner against Stalwart.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna take that as that was it was an interesting game. I'm still a little flabbergasted with the way that ended. So Jason, help me out here, because that was a wild one.
Hey, don't put it all on me, man. That's not fair. I don't even know what to say about that either. All I can say is that we've seen something similar to this in the past. Maxman and Colaris, I believe you were both there for that. Even Imperium was there for that. Do you want to explain it for us?
It's Ted 2.0 finish, but with a little twist that was happening towards the end there. I mean, we saw that exact circle in the World League West last year, and it's super rare to see the circle, but we knew it was said, wait, is it happening? And we saw the circle shift on top of the rock, and it was just horrible for all the players involved, but the team that held on to the high ground the longest time here was Stalwart, and they were able to pick up an extra 14 eliminations, which is great to see. But hey, it finishes like that, you want to see them, but at the same time you don't want to see them. It's kind of a mixed bag of feelings now.
Sure, yeah. I mean, at least Stalwart, I think, was able to get the victory off what I believe to be smart decisions and choices. I mean, staying up on the high ground as for kind of getting together and sweeping, killing off, eliminating some of the players up towards the top, and then kind of hedging their bets on moving down towards those beach areas, I think was really, really cool to see Stalwart solve the puzzle, not quite how everybody else was trying to solve the puzzle.
Yeah, even looking down towards the second half of our match rankings, you can see Bigatron just got to bring that up again here after the performance in the last match, pull off a 0 here. So a little bit of a rough time. I mean, they're still safe at the moment, but other teams are starting to catch up here. Enigma Galaxy getting 2 points for themselves.
Wow.
But the MVP.
Woohoo! Damn. I mean, eight eliminations this one's happening. Actually, it's just insane, these games. He's been popping off last game when he got himself those 4 eliminations early on onto phase in boot camp. This game also, he's the one that's always trying to initiate the good positions for his team to try and initiate some really good fights, and he just makes it happen time and time and time again. But hey, we're having a little bit of a head there with Tony K, which is a player that we hyped up a lot at the start of the tournament. We haven't seen a lot of him just yet, but it was always good to see him.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of phase just yet. That's the unfortunate part, Max. Go ahead, Close.
Good point, yeah.
This is the important thing about this damage coming in, though, from Action. Like, we looked at a table of damage that was done by all of the players during the middle of that game, right? And Paraboy was #1. But Paraboy had played 2 more games than Action because of the current position that we're in here in the league play. And Action was only about 400 damage behind. So for him to now do 1,200 some damage, not only is he still not played as many games as Paraboy, but he's doing more. So Action has been an absolute force of nature here in this tournament, Jason.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, he's proven to be a very strong player for the team and obviously in this league, but the Super Weekend Day 2 and 3 didn't really prove to be really too much in their favor. As you can see there, the standings, I didn't actually get to catch much of it, to be honest, because I went by so damn fast. But just to reiterate for you guys, the cutoff right now, 28 points from Dem 1, so they're looking to qualify for their first Super Weekend here. We do have Bigatron in 12th place, FaZe Clan actually in 13th place at 32 points. So they're actually tied with Bigatron. Is there a world we're living in where Bigatron doesn't qualify again because of like a tiebreaker with like them and FaZe Clan? Yeah, Cloris?
Oh, yes, there is. And I'll tell you for why. Because I continually am not liking some of the choices they're making. Go on, Jason.
They do have a chicken dinner though, so if there is a tiebreaker, they're most likely, if not for sure, going to win that tiebreaker. I should at least put in here because it always is chicken dinners first, then placements, then kills. Yes, Colaris again.
Yes, well, I still think that there is still a world where it might not even come down to a tiebreaker. I think some of these games, like this Erangel game, for example, I think some really standout, not great decisions. Kind of 3 satin yellows, 1 up on the hill there. You can't be 3 in yellows. If Zuxi is up on that hill, he can't really reinforce in that fight versus Genesis Dogma. And then they bail, so they're constantly on this bleed out. I need to see more from them, man.
I think it was Lux. He also was in the fields in the shack very, very early on at one point. It's just weird. This is just definitely not the BTR that we expected to see coming into this tournament. They just feel very unorganized and they're like individual entities, not really trying to play as a team. They're just doing their own thing, which is very, very odd to see. And at the start of this game, they also had Yuhai Boy being actually the first casualty of their team. And we talked about him, how he's potentially the saving grace for BTR to make in this first Super Weekend. So, I mean, and yeah, a few mistakes in the early game that just cost them heavily the opportunity to make it to that late game. And do you really want to get to a late game in a circle like this? You know what? They maybe wanted to skip it like, oh, we don't want this. This is too weird to finish off. So we're going to die early.
Well, I mean, we still have 3 matches left to go here overall within the day, though some teams have 1 match left, others have 2, and some have, I believe, 3, if I'm not mistaken. And Sanhok, again, it's going to be a really tricky one, especially when we end off on Sanhok at the very end. But it is a little bit of a treat sometimes, a little bit of reward to the viewers out there to see Sanhok and the hecticness that can happen. And speaking of rewards, you guys at home, if you guys are getting your votes in for your favorite teams, your favorite players, you guys can get some permanent pink level items unlocked for yourself, and also some more permanent items with the treasure box still happening within the game. You guys can watch within the Esports Center or on YouTube and accumulate points that you can use to unlock one of the 3 permanent items, and there'll be 2 more of them throughout the rest of PMGC, so make sure you guys are building up as many points as possible. Maxman, you got to let us know, and you got to tell us when you unlock that first item, because you know what? I want to be jealous. I'm trying to catch up to you, but it's taking me a little bit of time. But gentlemen, yeah, going forward into this one, we're going to have to head to a break here while we get things ready for that next match. But we're going to have a lot to talk about when we come back here as we head into Sanhok.
Split coming out from Blue.
What happened?
Come on, let's do it. Come on.
Huh? Oh no, what the hell?
Konnichiwa. こんにちは、どうも日本から来ましたチームリジェクトのリーダーのサラです。チームでの役割は、IGA でやってます。
チームリジェクト所属レイジョー CO です。役割はオールラウンダーです。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。BC スウェル所属のクリティカルトマトと申します。
リジェクトが他のチームより優れているところは環境の良さ、ゲームに対するゲームが集中できる環境が整えられているところはどこにも負けないと思います。
現在の僕らの実力としては、僕らのメンバーは世界大会を経験したメンバーが少ないんですが、今まで僕らがやってきたことを十分 PMGC でも発揮することができれば PMGC でも、十分トップ10以内トップ5以内にどんどん食い込める実力を持っているというふうに考えています。
まあ4人で固まるというよりかは、一人一人が自分で考えて判断して動く、どちらかというと、海外のグローバルのチームよりは、中国のチームを参考にして僕たちは練習をしてきているので、そういった特徴が強いのかなって思います。やっぱり一番気になるのは、ビゲトロンっていうチームは BTR は、すごい昔からずっと世界大会で、敵として戦ってきたので、やっぱそろそろ一矢報いたいというか、勝ちたいっていう気持ちが一番強くて、
はい、自分たちの脅威となるチームとして考えているのはビギトロンです。理由はそうですね、僕らのチームとは対照的に、世界大会の経験を非常に多く持っているので、そういった面で、世界大会の戦い方をより熟知しているというふうに考えています。
注目している意識しているチームは中国チームです。
はい、仲がいいというか、普段から、たまにですけどコミュニケーション取るのは、ビゲトロンの選手、ラクシーですかね、ビゲトロンのとかは、なんか誕生日の日に僕がテキスト、チャットを送ったらなんか電話突然かかってきてラブコールをもらいました。
勝つためにしている努力はその強い選手の欠点を見つけることで、僕たちのフィジカル強化とか練習とかというよりかは相手の選手の欠点を見つけることです。
僕たちリジェクトのチームの目標は、ずっと世界でチャンピオンを取るということがすごい目標としてやってきているので、それに向けて、チームで課題であった、コミュニケーションであったり、そのチーム全
はい、今困っていることというか不足していることというといえば、そうですね、やっぱり世界大会の経験が少ないので他の世界の代表チームになれるっていうところが一番必要なところだと考えてます。
頑張ります。
現在のチームの状況としては PMJL、PMRC が終わってからすぐなので、かなり、成熟度が高くなっていると思っています。
僕ら新しいチームが世界王者のチームをどかして新しい風を吹かせてやろうと思います。
じゃあ、日本の強さ世界に見せつけてやるから待っとけよ。
안녕하세요. 네, 안녕하세요. 담원 기아 소속 준이라고 합니다. 저의 포지션은 포탑 및 어태커여서 포탑도 되고 어태커도 됩니다. 저의 실력은 일단은 다른 팀 높게 평가하는 것도 있는데 저도 어느 정도 중상위권이지 않나 제가 할 거로 따지면은, 그러니까
또 이게 팀합이 안 맞고 기복이 심해지다 보니까 중상위권으로 내려온 것 같기도 하고.
포지션적으로나 뭐 해줘야 될 부분으로 따지면은 딱히 질 것 같진 않습니다.
지금은 더 잘해지고 있다고 생각합니다.
이번에 올라온 BC 스웨일에서 저스티스 선수랑 친합니다. 옛날에 저희랑 같은 팀 동료였습니다. 저랑 걔랑 사이가 원래 안 좋았거든요. 근데 같은 팀원이 되면서 그 안 좋았던 걸 다 풀고.
저도 개인적으로 이제 그 노바엑 스퀘프의 이제 파라보이 선수를 되게 좋아합니다. 이유는 이제 외모도 되게 잘생겼고 이제 총도 이제 되게 잘 쏘고 이제 또 자기가 실수가 없어요.
운영 위즈? 교전보다는 운영으로 가는 것 같습니다. 아직 그 교전했을 때 합이 살짝 안 맞는 느낌이어가지고 그걸 좀 더 보완하면은 충분히 비벼볼 수 있다고 생각합니다.
네, PMPS 시즌 1 때 딱 이제 대회를 뛰고 이제 시즌 2 때는 안 뛰었어요. 안 하다가 이제 다시 와서 시작하니까 전처럼 그렇게 잘 하지는 못하는데 그래도 지금은 형들이랑 연습하면서 이제 다시 실력을 다시 끌어올리고 있으니까 저는 네, 나날이 발전하고 있다고 생각합니다. 저는
BCS 저희가 그냥 밟고 지나가는 발판이라 생각했습니다. 보고 있나 저스티스.
모든 선수들은 내 손 안에 있다. 다 죽었다.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMGC 2021 East League. This is still our second and final day of league play here in Week 2, which means at the end of the day, our top 16 teams will move on into the Super Weekend to participate for points that will stick around. Now, for Kalaris and for Maxman here, keep this in mind. Maybe take a screenshot, and you can see which groups are playing and not playing, so you'll know who to predict when we get to that point, but we are going to be on Sanhok.
I took one for the team, Jason. I know that it happened to Max yesterday, so I thought I would lull him into a false sense of security by also making the same mistake. You know, it's team camaraderie here, Jason, all right?
You know, the funny thing is that we were mentioning like World League with the zone we just had on match 2. Back then, we also had the hot jukes, and what that meant was he would predict teams that weren't playing multiple times throughout the entire event, which I think you guys just basically pulled in the last game here. But anyways, we do have Enigma Galaxy playing. We do have, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of teams. This is their final match of the day. Please help me out here.
Yeah,
this is their final match of the day.
It's
Group A.
It's going to be a little bit rough for some of the players in Group A here because Enigma Galaxy, they only got 2 points that last game. Like we need to see them end off with a good point because they have not yet hit that bubble yet. And sure, they got himself 42, got himself 13 elims, which is pretty low for getting 29 placement points. But if they get another 0 points, as we know they can do consistently, unfortunately, their position is not safe right now, and that is a very scary prospect for them.
I mean, just to reiterate for you guys, you got TJB, Deadeye's guys, Nova, Enigma not playing after this match. This is their last chance to get points here. Enigma, I mean, they're 8th place at 42, so technically they're safe at the moment, but obviously a decent game here would definitely help propel them forward. And STE, actually, as I say, Team Secret closing the gap, but Star Esports have actually taken that 2nd place away. So Infinity, they're getting closed in on, but again, doesn't really matter. They're at 105 points. They don't care if they come out 1st or 16th at the end of this week of league play.
Definitely. I'm really glad that we got to see that for more than 0.5 seconds, as well as we now move on to Sanhok once again, where the volatility continues.
Yeah. Your analysis there was as quick as sometimes the match rankings.
Yep.
But again, to reiterate for you guys, you got Damwon, 28 points, 16 place. Rico Infinity Team, 15 place at 30 points. You got Reject, 14 place at 31 points. Then you get into 32. Like, the gap at the moment between 10th and 16th is 9 points.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. Actually, it goes past that. It goes 10th. Sorry, Max. It goes 10th through 17th is 9 points. And then it goes up a little bit more to 18th. Like, it's really close for some of these teams. And Deadeye guys in particular, this is their last match. And they're in 17th place. If they get 0 points here, they're out. They're done. They have to have a big game.
That's the thing about these league play sessions, right? Is that one game might be the reason why you make it into the Super Weekend, or why you just don't qualify in the first place. So you saw BTR get himself that first win onto Sanhok. That might be the reason why they're making the Super Weekend. But even the teams at the bottom, this last game, this is the last opportunity. If you get a strong result, you could make it. So you got to aim for that first place here.
Yeah, and that goes back to our talk about with like the blue zone, right? If you're going to try to heal out in blue, I mean, if you're Deadeye's guys, you might need to think forward into that one, or hopefully rotate really quick into these zones to have a good chance to maybe break through top 16 and maintain that in the final matches of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to head over to our commentators here. So we're going to kick off match 3 with Bleh and Imperium.
Thank you, Jason. And, well, listen, I thought heading into Erangel Imperium, I thought we'd get a little bit of a slice of normalcy, but it looks like it's been madness throughout, and now we're going to be jumping in to the third game of the last day of League Play of Week number 2. It's again going to be in Sanhok, and once more, we have all eyes on the teams from Group E. Their final opportunity to make something of it.
Indeed, Group A's Tong Jiaobao, Deadeye's guys Nova, and Enigma Galaxy. Of course, the team under the most pressure is Deadeye's guys, because they do currently hold on to 17th spot, but the 5 teams above them in the overall standings currently have 2 games in hand. But we see this fight straight off the bat between the Xavier, FaZe Clan, and a tickle possibly of Deadeye's guys, but for now it's just FaZe Clan and the Xavier in Cow, which is a little bit unusual for a hot drop.
Yeah, I don't really see this that often. Again, the Xavier right up bottom of the table, although they still have 3 games to be played over here. Tony K will be quickly taken down by Rabbis and just getting double teamed there by a couple of members of the Xavier. Now they know that FaZe are nearby in the vicinity, and I have to agree with you. Yeah, don't really get to see, but hot drops here usually see towards Paradise Resort, maybe towards Boot Camp. Speaking of Boot Camp, Starboard Esports have made their home over there, and Beer 11. Not very comfortable, although it looks like no one's really going to try and spot him out this early on, but he's slowly crawling away, trying to potentially regroup with the rest of his teammates.
Very important game for the Xavier as well. Let's be fair. They're in last place with only 17 points. Now, they do have these final 3 games in their hands to get roughly around 28 to 30 points, give or take, depending on what the official cutoff point will be. But with how they're performing so far this league play week 2, I would definitely be very worried about them achieving that.
Not much of a believer, are you?
I was only a believer when I saw your face.
Ah. Okay. All right. I don't know how many people got that reference, but I'll give you 10 points.
Thank you. I was a little bit worried you wouldn't get the reference, but
Come on, man.
In Bleh I trust.
Thank you, dude. Like, so kind. As we do have, if you took a look at the kill feed, we also saw Rico Infinity lose a member there. But it looks like no, crazy casualties. Looking in the zone as well, it's going to be a bit of that northwestern circle. Most of it encircling the land, so it's not going to be one of the zones where we saw yesterday, as we alluded to in game 1, where it was, I think, like 40% in the water while it was being a western circle. But Nova, another team who have a lot of work ahead of them, and unfortunately, King will be ignominiously put down into the ground by Cryptics. These few teams, Imperium, like the last final opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not looking good. Deadeye's guys lose a player. They drop very split, like massively split between Hating and the mainland coastline, and BC Swell. They find the opportunity to strike and they pick up a kill. It's I know a lot of teams are in this situation, but it is a case where there's Nova, Cryptic, BC Swell, Deadeye's guys, Rico, Infinity as well. They can't afford to have these kind of mistakes. They can't afford to really lose players early on. And BC Swell, hey look, they've taken advantage of that. 2 kills already in this game.
Yeah, Deadeye's guys, man, it's so grim. And as Kalaris pointed out as well, if they get 0 points in this game, they're out. Like they're guaranteed no chance of making it to the second Super Weekend. The thing is, I'll tell you, I'll paint a prettier picture, and it's your job to throw mud at it. Okay? They have 28 points, 17th position, right? 28 points in the 17th position. Now you go up to the 10th position, 6-8, 37 points. The difference is 9 points. That's it between 10th and 17th. So if they have one good game here, there is a reasonable chance of them, you know, somehow qualifying in. But yeah, off to a rough start, losing one member, not able to get a single kill. In the meantime, Nova, they extracting sweet vengeance onto Cryptics by finding a couple of knocks, avenging Kings.
And to build on what you said, in the last game for Deadeye's guys last week, they did get 15 points. Now, it was Miramar. Very different map compared to Sanhok. But it does show that when push comes to shove, when their back is against the wall, Deadeye's guys can get the results and the points needed. It's not looking good so far. They're down to 3 players, losing one early on, but the 3 have converged onto that northwestern side of the map on the island around Hating region. We haven't really talked so much about this phase 1, to be fair, Blah. It is a little bit tricky because it does encapsulate all of the areas of Sanhok reject, have a 2-2 split between the Northwest Island and the Trifecta area, which I think is great. Stalwart still being in Bukab is a tiny bit tricky, but for the time being, I can't see too many teams rotating too close to boot camp in this phase 1. Nova, Cryptics we saw take a couple of shots towards each other. Genesis Dogma on that North Pine Hill could get involved if they have a little bit of a sniff that there are 2 teams down the bottom of the hill.
I'm keeping my eyes on Enigma Galaxy, all right? Final game for them as well. They're down south to Thani, and right next to them is going to be Tangja Bao, who are also playing their final game as well.
Xavier get a knock into one of the FaZe players. FaZe are certainly in a much better spot compared to last week. Currently holding on to 13th place with a total of 32 points, but you did take and make a very good point to the fact that there's only 10 points dividing Deadeye's guys in 16th and in 17th and the 10th place position. So it's very close as Freak gets taken down by Tangja Bao.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy, this is a battle, but both these teams need to win. Although, that being said, I guess I can say that, you know, the Enigma Galaxy are, Tangja Bao in a slightly better position, 46 points.
Slightly.
In total, yeah. Now 47, because they got their 1 kill. Enigma Galaxy in 42, so both neck to neck.
Nice math.
But right now, it's a battle for them to get as many as they can, and then just sit and watch the remaining 2 games where their fate is no longer going to be in their hands. BTR. I'm gonna say it. It's early. I know it's very early. I know they just got taken down. I know we just lost Oxy. It's okay. It's all right. I'm gonna say it. I think they're gonna make it to the Super Weekend. I'm starting to believe in them.
Yes. You know what? I'm on that BTR train for this one. I think they will make it. But I'm also on the Down One Gaming train, right? The South Korean representatives, they were formerly known as Warriors, picked up by a massive org, you know, kind of having that backhand support, say, hey, we believe in you guys. You have what it takes to go the distance. I'm behind them for this second Super Weekend in qualifying for it. They did make it into the first one, but I'm in it for the second one. Let's go Down One Gaming.
All right. Biased caster, of course.
Whoa!
Shifu taking a couple of shots to his tomato, and fortunately the tomato is going to lie prone, and he is not going to be bleeding out much. A bit of a interesting start. We've seen a lot of teams lose a member, but apart from FaZe, and I guess you can say for Cryptics, most of them are pretty healthy. You know, Nova, we have Enigma Galaxy, BTR, Rico Infinity, and Deadeye's guys all losing a member each. But apart from that, it has been a bit of quite a calmer start to this particular Sanhok. Just throw your mind back an hour and a half ago, and if you remember, I think it was like 10 teams remaining in one of the final zones, and there were 8 of them in the blue Imperial.
Yes.
Do you foresee something like that here?
I definitely do, with how interesting this circle shift is, with holding on to all 3 areas of the map. I can very much see it being the case this game around as well. The phase 2 shifting more towards the mainland is a little bit healthier for these teams, but for Down One, Reject, Nova, even Genesis Dogma to an extent, as well as, you know, Nigma and Tongja Bao down and outside of the circle, it's going to be tricky for them to enter in without getting caught out. And this is where Kaleris even alluded to that heal strat might have to be thought about for those teams. That secondary plan B option in play. So the replay of Down One putting pressure on the BTR.
Great shot coming out there from Forest. It's a laser beam with that rifle. That's Genesis Dogma. Very close by, you know, on the periphery of boot camp. And I'm looking at the zone, I'm looking at the circle, and I'm like, if I'm Stalwood Esports, they're starting to crack the knuckles. They're oiling their weapons. They're like, all right, boys, lock and load. We're gonna have a lot of bodies to shoot at very, very soon.
It's going to be easier said than done for them to control this position away from boot camp, because they could still get kind of third party from a team in the Northwest Island if they're a little bit too close to that coastal line on that boot camp hill. So I kind of appreciate the fact that they haven't moved out of boot camp as heavily as maybe other circle situations. I'm curious to see how Genesis Dogma are going to look to put them under pressure, as I do appreciate their rotation. Team Secret now starting to make their way into the circle from Quarry. Slow, methodical, as they play their way into Xavier, wrapping around Paradise Resort. Very familiar with this area. We saw, I believe it was yesterday, when they got too close too early to Rico Infinity and got taken down. Hopefully it's not going to be the case this time around. Tongja Bao. Wait, they're getting close to Painan though, and this is tricky, right? It's what I talked about. Getting close to the edge of the circle. Cryptics Nova could put them under pressure.
Nova definitely could, and Cryptics, as you said, you know, making the way towards Painan from on the other side of that small the river, almost a stream actually. There we go. You can see the stream. You can see Senkai. He knows where Tongja Bao are. And must have spotted a couple of them crossing on over, and obviously, you know, feeling their wrath a while ago. But neither of these two teams might be aware of Nova. Now, obviously, they have to be paranoid, and they have to assume that there could potentially be a team inside the compound. But the way Tongja Bao were just running on in, it looks like they are oblivious to that fact.
Well, running into Painan kind of makes sense for this phase 2. I think it's a healthy, still a little bit of a short-term win, potentially long-term fail, but I think it's overall the best spot rather than trying to go for the bridge, because that puts you closer to the south boot camp hill, which could allow a team who's most likely going to be holding there when you're looking in the eyes of Tongja Bao, which happens to be Reject. So I do appreciate that they've gone for a direct, hey, there's buildings, there's cover, we can wait for the next phase to pop up, which it has, and then we can decide where we want to go.
Nice guys, getting the knock and finish onto BTR, and they are in a very comfortable spot, at least for now. You know, there's a lot of real estate. They're playing in pairs of 2, but looking at that zone, that western side is going to be heavily populated very quickly.
I don't think the players are going to be too happy with us, Blah. I can't help but feel like we are the evil circle cursors of this game.
Oh, Jimmy! Jimmy! Oh no! Nova! I think they came back. They came back to Painan. They didn't know it's been occupied by another team. And Tongja Bao, they're like, oh well, was that Nova? That was Nova. We got one. There are more of them nearby.
That's why I liked Tongja Bao. Not necessarily because they directly called out Nova. That's just something that is a little bit of luck, but the fact that Painan automatically gave them a little bit more of a leeway to get into the next circle on this phase 3, which is really tricky. It is a painful circle shift for a lot of these teams. Genesis Dogma have wrapped around ahead of Stalwart, which is very interesting. Not exactly sure how they got away with that. I think they used the lower ground of the black hole to the east of boot camp to avoid Stalwart, and then they came in through the warehouses. Recon Infinity a little bit more preoccupied by DRS, and they pick up a knock and a kill onto Nima.
You got exactly right. That is exactly the path that Genesis Dogma took, taking a little bit of depression and avoiding Stalwart's gaze. Satar is cooking that nade. Any longer, and it's gonna be inedible. But we'll get back to it later on. Paraboy, who has been monstrous in the tournament, is just going to be put down. I was trying to set him up well there in Paris. I was going to be like, yeah, Paraboy, 1v4, he's going to pull off something crazy, but 4 members in your face, I don't think there's any player in the world who could potentially have survived that. And that is going to be a quick end for Paraboy. Nova's still in contention, though. They still have 1 member, and that is Order, and he's running for the hills.
Order in the Sanhok courtroom as see if he can have the court adjourned and stay out of sight, out of mind in this game. Deadeye's guys very happy with the previous circle shift that they hold onto coastal line. The rotation T-Secrets is going to get caught out by Tong Xiao Bao and knock on the eye shots. Take that one out. Sayonara Konnichiwa. That's another kill for Tong Xiao Bao.
Jumper days looking numbered. I think that's it for Team Secret. Yeah, that's it. Team Secret getting eliminated. They had 4 alive just 30 seconds ago, and then just a rotation ruining their day. As the Xavier going to be pushing up against BC Swell. BC Swell having a, they look pretty solid in the previous map of Erangel, but right now the Xavier on a bit of a hunt here. And BC Swell, they're dropping back. They still have all 4 alive. It's a 4v4. Nades being cooked and lobbed in, but great repositioning from Rabbiz, dodging the nade from Justice.
Both teams have an off-angle player, but I would argue that Frankie is doing more to help suppress PC Swell than CR Tomato is, unless the Xavier push more heavily forward. Lamborghini, Rabbiz joining together, a lovely knock on the Justice, but instantly traded.
Rabbiz trying desperately to get the knock in return, and he will. Now it's a 2 versus 3. They're going to be going on out to try and finish off. The 2 have been knocked on the bloody knees. They know where the 3rd player is as well, but Skylar getting a reply. Maybe the Xavier getting a little too overeager. Now Frankie needs to help his teammate out. Lamborghini going in for the res, and Frankie just legging it. He's got a nade cooked as well, preemptively. Actually, a Molotov. That's a great Molotov to prevent them from pushing it around the corner. Nade cooked. Duck could just ruin their day. Lobs it in. Finds one. The 2nd will be knocked down as well. And BC Swell are going to be left alive with just 1 member standing. And Tomato is far, far away from where all the action is transpiring. But he will eventually have to go up this hill where 3 members of the Xavier lie in wait.
That's why I highlighted Frankie's off-angle position being a little bit more effective for the Xavier in that 100%. Moment. The phase 4 shifted over to the west into that northwest island, which is very painful for the likes of Genesis Dogma, Stalwart, even the Xavier to an extent. If Rabbiz is going to get knocked down to the blue, phase 4 is going to be hard to deal with. Shifu is going to be coming in to get those knocks from a distance. That's why I talked about it difficult from Stalwart, because the teams in the northwest island can always get shots off from a distance.
I also noticed Daybot just getting dragged down to Davy Jones' locker as well. And for Deadeye's guys, yeah, zone favoring them, and even better, they're kind of on the periphery. So anyone trying to cross on over through the water, they're just going to be sitting ducks. It's going to be virtually like shooting fish in a barrel for Deadeye's guys. They get to rack up the skills. Again, reminding everyone, Deadeye's guys need a monstrous game. And right now, the gods of PUBG Mobile, they are giving them that opportunity. They just need to just seize it with both hands. And Mafia Ninja, a dangerous game, bloodlust in his eyes. He desperately wants to get that finish onto H-Sir, and he's even dodging bullets in order to do so. So all of that is happening. His teammates in turn are getting harassed by other members of Tang Jiabao. Reggie needing to reposition himself, and he will do so in the nick of time as Mr. Boro gets knocked down by his teammates. Reject just to 1 kill, but they have all 4 alive and standing, and a good spread as well, Imperium.
That's a beautiful spread from Reject. Covers the high ground with Sarah up above. He gets the final kill on the Mafia Ninja. And then you have that front line with Rejo. So constantly moving, constantly shooting. And they took advantage of it. But the next circle once again shifts over to the west. If it was Deadeye's guys in the previous circle that got the look at the PUBG Mobile gods, it's BTR this time around. Down One Gaming can definitely have an effective game on that western side in the high ground mountain side, because also it's a less congested side of the circle. All the other teams and players are going to be taking each other out from the east, north, and south.
Yeah, for sure. Down One Gaming are, if they played their cards right, and it looks like they will uni from above. This is a brilliant angle for all four members.
So
they have
good.
eye lines on every single compound, every single tree, every single nook and cranny of the map.
And I like the fact that Juni is committing to this position, because even though there's a risk he maybe gets taken down in the blue, I think it's a lot more of an effective position to give the rest of his team the freedom to move into a more comfortable position as a three-man action. With the knock on the Lord, puts Nigma under more pressure. To Xavier goes down. Deadeye's guys pick up another kill.
The Xavier, though, going out in style. 8 knocks, 8 finishes for the Vietnamese side. Squad Esports now having to push on as the blue is going to be chipping away on their backsides. Reject out in the open, looking like they are kind of done for. And for BTR, sure, they have the compound Imperium, but they are getting besieged on all sides, and they're down to just a 2-man squad, remember.
FaZe rocking through the Valley of Death, and it's going to work out for them in the next circle. Cryptics lose their final player. Down One Game with 4 kills in this game. Genesis Dogma are eliminated. Shifu maybe doesn't have full idea that Top is there, but that's a lovely nade by Top. Doesn't quite connect.
The nade's being tossed in by Shifu a little too deep. They're so close to each other, they can slap each other in the face, and Top realizes, you know what, screw this. He's just gonna take out his UMP and finds a knock onto Shifu. Now On Top is quite far away in the distance, and I don't really fancy his chances. However, with Uni raining down hellfire from above, that's gonna divert the attention. But look at the reply from Starwood Esports. Action with an immediate reply towards Down One Gaming.
It's still in for Down One Gaming, but Forest has to bear the brunt of Stalwart as they push in. Not even worrying about BTR, but now they're going to have to worry about them as Luxie gets a knock on the top. FaZe Clan waiting in the wings. Deadeye's their final player. On Top is healing in the blue. So is Rico Infinity. So is Tong Jiao Bao. And so is Roof from Nigma.
Oh, this is just... These are free kills for Down One Gaming. Free frags for Forrest. He's not even going to bother to patch himself up. That's almost all members of Starwood Esports to fall. One standing alive, the final member for STE. Still just trying to patch himself up. Look at how many players are alive. There's 7 teams, and 6 of them have only 1 member still on their feet.
Oh, Beer,
Goodbye,
can you
On Top.
spot On Top? He's going to spot him. He gets a kill, but can he heal up in time as well? I think he will. I think he'll pull off that heal just in time. Ryzen is healed up. No! It's still a good result. Oh my god!
He just completely obliterated BTR. We're down to the final 3 teams. It's a 4v1. Never mind. Down One Gaming looking to claim the chicken dinner, and they really should, because Nigma Galaxy's Rolf has been healing. I've been noticing him on the minimap. He's been healing for the past 57 minutes and 30 seconds, and he's still going, still trying to delay the inevitable. But Down One Gaming, a well-deserved chicken dinner. Imperium, you called it. They were coming in from the western side. They had the best position possible. And when the circle kind of ended over there, where they had this bird's eye view over everyone, it was pretty much a done deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, shake that ass,
It was a deserved result from Down One Gaming. I said they could do it. They also were really playing around the northwest area very well, and then they moved, the southwest island very well. They moved up to the northwest island. They were put under a little bit of hassle earlier on, but then towards the end they played it very smoothly, and they were proactive again. Juni on that kind of outside circle position knew the risks he was taking, but gave so much more space for his team to push in on towards that mountainside. Very happy with BTR. Again, it wasn't that kind of team-defining game, but to still get a good result with a number of kills. Feels bad for them. The action got that glorious dominate. But I gotta compliment BTR, and I think they've secured their spot possibly in this Super Weekend with that result.
Yeah, just brilliant stuff coming out from quite a few teams. And for Nigma Galaxy, we said they needed a good game. They only had 2 kills, but staying alive till the very end there, you know, playing the heal battle. Not even a heal battle, just healing himself out in the blue. And he started healing. Again, there were 7 teams alive. That's when he started healing out in the blue. And you get in 2nd place. So, you know, sometimes, whatever it takes. If it means you just going in and getting 8 kills or 10 kills a game single-handedly, or if that means you're just sitting back outside of the blue and healing, doesn't matter as long as you get the chicken dinner. But I think that's it from us here in Imperium. So, gentlemen, that was a fantastic game of Sanhok. So please do break it down for all of us.
Fantastic for some, sad for others. Deadeye's guys no longer to be able to play here in our 2nd Super Weekend as they have not got enough points to get through. But as we can take a look through the rankings, we are going to see Nigma Galaxy points they desperately needed as well to hold themselves up towards the top. Bigatron as well here at 9, but Damwon getting 22.
This is, as you mentioned there, Jason, a lot of teams that needed to score in some points were actually able to clutch it out in this game. For a lot of the teams, actually, this was their final game now for the teams of Group A, so it got a little bit tricky towards the end, but we'll see. But the rankings, man, there's so many things to be talked about, but man, Action makes it happen again. Is this 3 times? I mean, twice back-to-back these MVP beat himself. 8 eliminations, 1,268 damage, 44% team contribution again. This guy is cracked today. What's happening?
Well, we got to focus up really quickly here. You can see Nigma Galaxy in 8th place, 42 points. You can see MS Chonburi there at 9th. I mean, the teams above them definitely going to be safe. I mean, even 10th place with 628 at 37. I'm getting really thrown off now about the tie beats on some of these graphics, but you know what? Most of these teams, I'd say, are generally safe. Looking at, I think, 6th place, TJB, 46 points. I want to say they're pretty sure to be safe through. They have 1 match left to go as well.
I would say TJB are almost 100% safe.
Okay, but next topic. All right, you had your chance, Max.
Yes.
But as we look here, Nova. Well, that actually, I don't even think that was correct because I thought Nova were done with the day, according to another thing I was looking at. So I'm a little bit confused. Maybe it's only 7 matches played, but they're on the cusp.
I will say, I also think the action damage was exactly the same as the previous game as well, so I'm not sure what's happened.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while the players are trying to play for their prize of getting into the Super Weekend, you guys at home can get your own prizes. If you guys are voting for your favorite players, your favorite teams, you can unlock various pink level permanent rewards for yourselves. And not to mention the treasure box still going on as well. If you guys watch in the Esports Center or if you watch on YouTube, you accumulate points that you can use to unlock permanent items on top of that. So 2 ways to win items for yourselves. Make sure you guys are checking out as much as possible. And of course, we still have 2 more treasure boxes to come throughout the rest of PMGC. Don't know when they're going to be released, so make sure you guys stay tuned and make sure you guys are watching as much as possible to have a chance to win and get as much as possible for yourself. So we take now a look at the schedule. We got Erangel coming up next with Sanhok as well. We got groups B, C, D, and E left to play.
Yeah, I think at least, though, I'm really happy to see Damwon actually get themselves a win off the back of this. We were speaking whilst this game was going down that mountain area, controlling that is almost a win if the circle keeps coming to you, because it's so difficult for those other teams to be able to get up there. And Damwon brilliantly held. I mean, towards the end of that last circle, there's no way any team's going to be able to get up. So, you know,
I'm cutting you 2 off really quickly.
Okay.
Last topic, discuss really fast the fact that Nova are in 16th place. They are done today with their matches. They're in Group A. They have 36 points. The teams below them, Deadeye's guys have played 8 through 34. Ignore that one. But you have D Xavier, Cryptix, and BC Swell, both with 2 matches left to play and can catch them. There is a world we're living in where Nova don't qualify for Super Weekend, just like last year. We'll see if history is going to repeat itself, though, after a break.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, we are back and getting ready for our fourth match of the day. Just to update you guys again, if you missed out before we went to the break, again, Nova are in 16th place. They are done for the day, and they are holding on for as long as possible. They have to watch these next two matches. A little bit scared, a little bit worried, a little bit sweaty. The pitter-patter of sweat going to be coming out, as we heard talked yesterday about Imperium in his predictions. Those predictions were damn good, we have to say. But right now, Nova, this could be another PMGC where they don't qualify for a Super Weekend. However, they're not down towards the bottom of the leaderboard in our overall Super Weekend points. So it's not like they're going to be knocked out from one weekend. But if they repeat performance in week 3, then maybe we're not going to see them at all.
I actually find this ridiculous, considering Paraboy is still second place in terms of the overall damage done as well here for week 2, which is just behind Action. Well, I said just behind, quite a while behind now, because Action is seemingly not human. But impressive stuff by them. But yeah, I'm deadly concerned for Nova. I'm hoping that kind of things shape up a little bit. They're going to have to get a little bit lucky now here, Max.
Oh, 36 total points, 22 limbs, and rank placement points 14. Like, they're in the exact same situation of the Deadeye's guys' last league play, but I mean, you need 10 points from D Xavier, and also Deadeye's guys already played out their 8 games, so we know as a fact they're not making it this time around. Cryptix and also BC Swell, and we saw especially BC Swell in these last 2 games, especially that they are willing to take fights early game. They know that they need some big results to hopefully make in their first Super Weekend. So I like the change of mentality from BC Swell, but this is super scary for Nova. We're going to see if they're going to make it. But, I mean, as you said, Jason, history tends to repeat itself this time. And if they don't make it, they could still be a world champion because they got so many points in the first Super Weekend.
I'm so anxious right now because I'm like so scared that we're going to switch to the next graphic while we're trying to talk about something. I'm like, I'm so confused. But one thing we can talk about, we always make time for, is talk about our lovely sponsor of OnePlus, because we have to talk about them and obviously their amazing phone that they bring to the table. The OnePlus 9 with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. And right now we're seeing quite a few teams desperately needing to climb the leaderboards. And as we're talking about, how today's working out with 3 Sanhoks, with 2 Erangels, this last Erangel of the day, Max, teams better put on a performance because Sanhok, who knows what's going to happen there.
Yeah, we're going to need some big changes. I'm looking at, I've already talked about BC as well. I'm wondering, are they going to try and potentially have some hot drops happening all over the place because it's going to be so close once again, and I'm really intrigued to see if that's going to be happening. So, 2 more games, and we're going to finish off on Sanhok. You know that Sanhok game is going to be real topsy-turvy. I guess we're going to have a lot of heal-offs happening in that one. That's going to be pretty intriguing.
Well, the crazy thing is we already just came off the back of them, right? We saw Ralph obviously getting himself a second place off of the heal off, but I think what we were most surprised about was that Nigma Galaxy kind of committed to that so early. Right. I wasn't as surprised, though, that some people on the mainland committed as early as they did, because it was going to be difficult for them to get on towards that northwest island. But Ralph wins out that heal war. It was, I guess, impressive. I was about to say it was impressive.
I mean,
he's just healing.
He started healing where there were still 15 teams alive, I believe it was, right? He outlived everyone in the lobby, so that was super surprising. Like, how the hell does that even work out? How many first days did he have?
Did you see what Blank just said? I'm curious how true this is.
Oh. So, Nigma Galaxy, all points coming from Ralph healing on Sanhok, no cap. Oh, no cap, very important part, by the way.
I mean, round 4, 3rd place.
He got himself a second place also
Erangel
for the team when he healed off and was able to get the elims onto Nova when it was a 6-2-8 win. Like, you know what? I believe him. Blank is a man of truth.
But this worries me, though. This is not a viable strategy in Super Weekends, and maybe that's why we saw a little bit of a fall-off out of them, because we did see Nigma Galaxy, if you think back to week 1, doing a similar strategy, I would say, for the most part, at least when it came to Super Weekend, that was the strategy to go to on Sanhok. This is not a team, in my opinion, playing this strategy, if this is obviously what's happening, that's going to win PMGC. That's going to qualify for the Grand Finals.
You're just aiming to be top 16 with a playstyle like that. That is all you're trying to achieve. But when it comes to making out of the top teams that are going to be aiming for the Grand Finals, this is not a playstyle that's going to work out for them. So this is a playstyle that works now, But if you want to be world champion, this is not going to cut it. Like, they're going to have to change drastically in terms of how they approach these games, especially Sanhok then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously looking ahead a little bit too. I mean, I just want to go back to the stands. We talked about BC Swell, but I do want to mention like D Xavier and Cryptics, like 2 teams again, playing the very first Super Weekend that placed decently well in the first week of league play and the Super Weekend. I don't know what's going on within them. I mean, their eliminations are just not atrocious, but pretty close to it, to be perfectly fair. I mean, BC Swell on 8, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to eliminations.
The crazy thing for us looking at BC Swell is we really haven't. They're one of the teams we've had the least opportunity to get out the magnifying glass and really see how they've been playing out these games, of course, because we don't really see them surviving towards a lot of the later stages of the games. They've only actually played, I think so far, 6 of their matches here. They've still got 2 to play out, and obviously we didn't see them in that weekly final as well, right? So they're still a little bit under the radar for me, not really able to kind of break down exactly what's going wrong for them. But regardless of the facts, it's not going well for them, so they need to kind of change something up here, be it how they're taking the fights against some of these big dogs in the lobby, because they are getting picked off.
Yeah, and I think I'm actually wondering, I'm going to ask you just straight up, Max, do you think these teams who are towards the bottom of the table that are trying to qualify completely change their strategy here and avoid fights, just play for placements, just try to survive as long as possible?
I think, as I already touched upon, I think BC Swell are aiming for eliminations a lot more, which it hasn't been super successful this entire league play, but you can see that they are ready to hot drop you given the opportunity, because they know where teams drop, they know how they rotate. So I like that change of mentality from them. Unfortunately, if you're looking at teams like Cryptics, I haven't seen a drastic change from them. Their macro is still good, but it's just hard for them to get to the late game, get those big points. So yeah, I mean, we need to see a change happening in these 2 last games here, Jason.
Well, it's time to head to our commentators. For the first time we're going to see them today as we jump into our 4th match. It's going to be John Allen and Blakeney.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, we're going to be getting into the second to last map of the day. I'm going to be jumping in over Erangel. We've got 1 of each, 1 Erangel, 1 Sanhok, and it's all to play for towards the bottom of the tables. Nova, as Jason rightly put it, are going to be sweating their boots off right now, seeing if they can stay alive into the Super Weekend. It's rivers coming down them right now.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think if you're Nova, it's a very worrying scenario, especially with Statsman Jonover saying, like 47, that's around about the cap you want to be hitting. With this week, it's been a little bit more different. Me and John just had a discussion about why that is, and it's very difficult to pin it. Like, is it because the Infinity have so many points? Is it because Stalwart and the Infinity have so much control over these games? Or is it just because we have a very even, like 4th to 16th place at the moment? There's a lot of different theories here, and I'm assuming that me and John, we're going to crunch numbers, as is everyone else, look at the games before we head into that Super Weekend. But at the moment, I do agree with Max. I think that this is a qualification strategy coming through from Enigma Galaxy, and I'm okay with that. If you want to get all your points, a lot of your points on Sanhok, and just get them very evened out with Ralph just picking up about 30 first aid kits and then just play from there and initiating the strat early in a position where he's not going to be found, I'm okay with that. I think that's completely okay to go for. So you know what, keep going Enigma Galaxy. If you just want to qualify for that Super Weekend, I support you. But Nova, that is a team we're looking at. 36 points. It is really not a lot, and I would be hugely surprised if they make it into this Super Weekend. But still, the other teams beneath them, John, they've not been having good results.
No, D Xavier, the closest team to catching them, and Cryptic's only 1 point behind, 26 and
Give us a
25
kill!
points apiece. Ooh, DRS not quite.
This is an important kill as
Hang on
well.
a minute. BC Swell are another team that's even a little bit further down. Mafia Ninja, oh my goodness me. The circles keep going. How long do you stick in this engagement though? Because you know that Mafia Ninja is going to be isolated to that rock. Yeah, he's just going to pull off, go for some loot instead. I feel this is fair. But D Xavier, they're going to be looking to chase. They need 10 points to draw level with Nova. I haven't actually crunched the numbers on who would win the tiebreaker at the moment. Well, I'll have a look at that in a minute. But 10 points to draw even, right, to that level, and 11 points for Cryptics to do the same. The question is, which of them would be able to do a little bit more than the other, right? So there is also that contentious nature with BC Swell only a couple of points behind that as it is. But the fact that we sit with 25 points between 16th and 3rd place, only 25 points at this stage, I feel like this might be one of the closest tables we've ever seen in this tournament format.
Yeah, I think so too, John. But to be fair with you, you know, we're looking at a bit of an awkward scenario right now for DXavier, with the majority of their points coming from eliminations, 19 total. And, you know, Nova, they're sitting at around about 14 placement points at the moment. So there is a real chance that if those points keep coming from kills for DXavier, if we get a tie-off, Nova will still make it in, which is the worrying beginning here. So DXavier need to have a big game in terms of placements to bump those scores in one of these games, and then from there they need to have a game that's just a little bit more of a pop-off. But it's not entirely impossible. Like, it's really not that many points that they need total. At the moment, we're looking at, let's see here, 26 points total. So they are going to need
10 points to draw level.
10 points. 10 points. Why was that so difficult for me?
I've no
I was
idea.
like, six. And
to
I
6
think it's because Imperium was saying that it's 6 points per game when we were coming off, and I was like, smart Imperium. But yeah, it's about 11 points. But I guess like 6 points per game, that also makes sense if you want to be leading ahead of them, because you can't really afford to be getting a tiebreaker scenario here with the way DXavier is currently playing for kills, less for placement points. Look at the map, though.
I was just
let's look at the map. Let's look at the map.
Alright, okay.
Very
Look
quickly.
at the map.
Very quickly. Just to start this game, because we've done a lot of talk about leaderboards, standings, all that kind of stuff, stats. Yeah, but looking at the actual map itself, we do have this very northeast circle here that does favor DXavier, but you've also got DRS and MS Chamburi. This fight that ever rages on over towards Yasnaya at the moment, and DXavier is a team that does not want to get caught up in this.
Definitely do not want to go down early in this scenario when you're so down to the wire. And not only do they have to compete with Nova's scoreline, right? They have to compete with Cryptic's as well. It's a two-horse race here to jump on, and with only 1 point separating them, you don't want to be giving them a lead out the gate for these final 2 games on this sprint here. They're going to be looking for mid to high point average over these next couple of games. DRS, they're feeling pretty good. They should be okay.
Yeah, I think for DRS, it's been a long time coming for this team to be up towards the top of the tables and start putting those big results. And they look like a strong team. I think they're very similar to Stalwart in a way with their rotations. They've got these strong rotations that look good. They get into position. They take fights when necessary. The one difference between Stalwart and DRS is realistically the player's ability to win in those gunfights. I just think that Stalwart has probably some of the best talent I have ever seen out of a roster before. Usually, again, I think I bring this point very often, is that like you will have that 1-star player on the team that does so much work for you, and that is the guy we tend to focus on. You know, the rest of the team supports him. That's great. We love to see it. But with Stalwart, there's not a player on that team that I don't think to myself couldn't win in a 1v2 scenario, right? Action, just showing us last game, literally immediately with the QBU, dirty headshots coming up towards Junie from Damwon Gaming. And it looks scary in that sense, where, you know, Kalaris even said it's a very difficult spot. In fact, it's probably the definitive winning spot on Sanhok on top of that cliffside once the circle moves away from one of your 180s, right? Because it's impossible to get you down. And if you play it safe, you play it out, like, there's almost no way you lose that. But, you know, Stalwart almost made it look like Damwon Gaming could lose from that position, even from playing from underneath. So I think that's the difference between Stalwart and DRS. Genesis Dogma rocking up on DXavier, though. This is a fight that constantly happens between these two teams. The back of the buggy is stuck.
Okay, and they finally get the flush. That was unfortunate. I think DXavier were moving in the same direction as Genesis Dogma, trying to almost move into the same compound there. And Boom's just got the better end of the deal. And that's really bad news for DXavier. One of the 2 crucial teams that we're really focusing on this game. Losing a player early. Far from ideal.
The only way I can see that happening as well, John, is if DXavier, the player from DXavier actually jumped out the car as they hit, and then Booms just stayed in. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate. I think he wanted to get out of the car and take a fight with him. Instead, Booms was like, I am going to roll on top of your buggy. And that's where I'll park, right on your forehead. So that tends to be one of those situations where, if you get out of the car, it's pretty much curtains for you anyway, regardless of how fast the car is actually going. So Xavier down to 3. Like I said, not an ideal start, especially in a pretty hotly contested area. They're right in the center. 3 players, not always enough to hold this kind of position. They're not exactly in a position to take Yasnaya buildings. They can't even hold Mansion at the moment because it's just far too big to hold with just the 3. It's a struggle bus. It's a struggle bus going forward now for Xavier. They've got to figure out what they want to do next. BC Swell, on the other hand, all the way on that eastern side, they are chilling. Hoping to get some more points on board for them, because obviously they've got a much further run to go with just 19 points sat right at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a little bit more leg room there between them and Nova. That's not gonna. I don't think that would assuage their fears if I was Nova, given that they're only on 19. I mean, it's such a tight pack. Bigatron, with that win earlier, were able to jettison themselves a lot further up the tables and are looking good right now to be able to take their spot. In fact, I'm not entirely sure if it's possible for them to not make it into this next Super Weekend. I have to double check on the exact numbers, but they've done very, very well. Certainly an improvement from last week, but is it enough? I still question that. They still have to prove themselves in those Super Weekends. 6 to 8, back to their old bridge camping trips against the Infinity.
I think this is good though, I mean, the Infinity have been given so much space on that bridge, and this time 6 to 8 gets into position almost immediately, knowing the Infinity is probably going to take this western bridge here to get into the circle that is up towards the northeast. They have to come across quickly and find some place in the zone, so 6 to 8 analyze that scenario, take the fights, and now they're going to have a very, very much weakened the Infinity behind them as they pass through Pachinki. So well done. Proud of that, happy with that. 4 rivals on the screen. I was very impressed with this team, John, towards the beginning of the tournament. They've fallen off just a little bit, and they're now just a team that is there. Not to say that they're not doing badly, because we tend to talk about the teams that are doing badly and then talk about the teams that are doing very well. 4 rivals, they're an existing team at the moment, and that's okay. Things can change towards the end of the tournament, and some teams have a real blast off in those final moments in the finals.
This team's going to be looking for those blast off moments right now. None more so than those teams towards the bottom, though, to be fair. You have to really see it from them this week. Centering towards Yasnaya again. This competition for the Yasnaya drop has not really slowed down at any point during this tournament so far. It's been quite interesting to see MS Chonburi try and take this western side and push off and try and zone the whole thing away. But it's just not happened. It's been split in 2 now for Yasnaya.
Yeah, I think for this Yasnaya like face-off has been really frustrating me for a long time, specifically because Yasnaya is a place that can hold 2 teams, one of the few cities that you can comfortably sit in it. Rozhok, maybe a little bit the same, but it's very easy to get caught out as you're leaving Rozhok. Not so much on Yasnaya. With the north and the south side being split off by such a huge road with a lot of easy areas to vacate once you are finished looting, there is no reason for this to be happening where you have 2 teams on the south side. I think this is just rivalry, 2 teams just really trying to push for the entirety of Yasnaya. I don't personally think that MS Chonburi has the chops to do it versus DRS in their current state. I think DRS is just looking very hot at the moment.
Although MS Chonburi, they have had their glimmers. They have done all right. Ooh, Logan on the side. It's going to be all right. Just write that one up. And claim it on the insurance there, Logan. It'll be all right. Get to safety anyway.
Yeah, just a quick slide across the field. That's actually an intentional play there, John, because if you put the entirety of the side looking one way, you actually can't be shot in the passenger seat. You'll only be shooting the top of the car or the underneath the car. It's a very smart play, and I don't think you realise that.
You're right. Completely passed me by. I have no idea. A 2-2 split coming through from 6-2-8 right now, and one of them got punished. So a 1-2 split, I guess you could say, coming through from Potato Hill. Sunan actually headed up all the way towards North Rozhok, and Daoshi and Yu Yang are currently just northeast of Potato Hill. A very big split this late in the circles.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. I think a lot of these teams are doing this now, though, just like really taking a lot of space. Damwon Gaming currently towards the center of the circle at the moment. They've got a 4-way split going on. Just really trying to hold down the majority of that Yasnaya field. No one's going really near that area though at the time being, and we are getting a scary circle that is heading over towards those fields. I do love me Yasnaya fields finish. It's always fun to watch. And we're also going to have a Sanhok finish as well, which is one where it's like very unpredictable. Kalaris mentioned it, the Des mentioned it, you know, perhaps that heal off towards the end is something you have to rely on. But again, in those very final games, sometimes it's a case of, do you go for the heal off or do you go for those big points? And it'll all depend how you do in this game on Erangel. Because if you get a nice game here, for DXavier, BC Swell, or Cryptics, you can go for the, you know, the more reliable play of the heal off and just get a few points, which might be all you need considering you're chasing a team that has finished their games. The issue comes if BC Swell, Cryptics, and DXavier all do well, in which case they have battle off against each other.
Infinity trying to push in on the south side, and again they're met by 628. Only 2 of them this time though. Sunan is off in Neverland. Completely different location. It looks like the Infinity going to be able to move through just a little bit further, but they're going to go closer to Reiji. They're going to come out on this hillside. Okay, fair enough. They're doing all right. They've got into this next circle. Damwon Gaming regrouped almost entirely onto Junie's position in the southwest of Yasnaya Fields. They've allowed teams to come in. They know they can't hold that. Reiji under pressure now as the Infinity rocks up. It's 1-for-1 on the trade. Got Tunny now left in this scenario here. Logan down and Nia not going to be able to have an impact, but is just cresting this ridgeline. Divine wants to send down. Duello is waiting around as well, just a little bit further up. And Nia gets the off angle, but Divine repositions to get a sideswipe here.
Yeah, that is not... sometimes you make that play, you get in the vehicle, you try and get on the other side to almost cause problems to the enemy team, confuse them a little bit, but he got out right on the side that Reject were following. Nier's taking shots from behind. He's just trying to keep Nier in place, but 628 are also coming into the fray. So this could be a 3-way fight coming through. Nier's going for the heal, but a lovely Molotov will stop that one.
Yeah, it's going to burn you down. Nier is going to fall here, and Infinity going low. Got Tunny, last standing. I mean, he is pretty good, but is he this good? I'm not entirely sure he's up to it.
I do think the Infinity have suffered today because they don't have Newsy in the roster. Nier's good, Nier is good, but honestly, I do think Newsy rounds out this roster beautifully. I'm not sure why he's not playing today, but I don't think there's any reason to pull him out of the roster considering of how good he is. He supports the team, and more often than not, he is doing the lion's share of the work. We've got Tunny kind of feeding kills towards him with his off angles that he plays so often. You know, I do really think the Infinity had figured it out. So why go back to the drawing board now?
There's something to be said for, I mean, putting someone in for practice. You know you're sat on over 100 points, right? So it's just go for it and try and get some experience in. But if this is PMGC, right? Like, you don't want to be just randomly taking these chances. And potentially maybe they're trying to hide the strat that worked so well, right? Give less samples for other teams to strategize against when they know it's working so well. Save it for those super weekends, for the points, to be able to qualify towards those finals.
Yeah, it's a good point, John, and I would agree with it to an extent, but it's also like we're having a day off yesterday, so Newsy's going to have a full 2 days off before he plays in that super weekend, if he does play in that super weekend. So he's not going to be super hot, right? Unless he's scrimming in the meantime, which I hope he would be. But this is just great opportunity for them to play as a roster that they know works so well and get practice in of themselves. Next up comes through down towards the southwest side, favoring Cryptics and BC Swell for that matter, and DXavier left out in the dust on that northeast side. That is the team that's closest to breaching that point margin with Nova. So, you know, it might not be the best game for it. And again, you don't really want to put all your hopes into Sanhok. Not the best place to be doing it. Sanhok is less of a place of hopes. It's where dreams go to die many times.
Certainly difficult to get consistent results, especially if you're finishing middle of the pack. DXavier lost a player early as well, so it is really difficult spot for them. Fabian spots Jasper across the way, and one of MS Chonburi falls, and the others are just getting beamed down. Sung lights them up, and Fabian's there as well, just on the backup. Beautiful stuff, and Bonsai last standing for MS Chonburi as they get chummed in the water.
Yeah, that ain't great. That is not good at all. I mean, the nets are firmly around this shark at the moment with Damwon Gaming dropping that one down to just one. There is a potential to get all players back up again, but they're bleeding out pretty quickly. The smokes come through. Ponzai immediately with a response here. Beautiful stuff. Might just be able to get two back up again. That would not be surprising for me. Lamborghini gets knocked. Goodness me, DXavier is having an awful time of it. I think that's not going down too. So down to just one for DXavier. A horrific way to start their game here on Erangel.
Really far from ideal. No points either for now. 2-2. Getting that nade. Taking it. Not ideal. Ponzai finally goes down. I don't know if that's MS Chonburi eliminated. I think they're still in it. They got a couple of reses. Genesis Dogma. Action. It's just going to spot him over the ridge side. I mean, he's just really good at this game. He's just really good.
Really good.
Look at the damage.
The shots that he takes are just nutty. I mean, I cast in my mind back to, I think it was the first Sanhok we watched today, John, where he was taking a fight in boot camp, and it was just like laser, 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 and pretty much the fight between them and FaZe was over in pretty much as fast as it takes to turn on a laser, to be honest with you. So really, really fantastic stuff from Action. One of my favorite players from PMGC so far. Team Secret rocking up, making an impromptu compound to keep BC Swell at bay.
Nades from DRS moving towards 4 Rivals. That was a little bit far to the left, or to the right even, depending on which way you're looking at it. Team Secret take damage, but they have managed to get into that center circle. I'm looking at this map right now. No one really on the outside except for Frankie. Genesis Dogma and Stalwart is the main fight to progress into this circle right now. You can see as we jump on board of it, nades going either way. Scry on the sidelines, looking for shots in action. Okay, moving into this car, I like this. Potentially looking to reposition for some high ground with a nade as well. Might even just send into the crater after that knock. Action swings around, wants to swing in with the whiplash effect, but Booms is going to fall as well. And now Scry's riding high over the top side of the ridge line, and they are going to fall as Genesis Dogma being eaten alive by Stalwart.
That is just ridiculous stuff. I mean, it's very hard to breach onto that location if Genesis Dogma are playing the cards right. But that is just the ability of Stalwart to get quick, clean kills. And I think that is something that people don't really necessarily look at a lot of times, which is where these fights just take too long to pick up the first knock. And by that time, a team is able to arrange themselves for you. 4 Rivals just looking over towards that location, trying to bait out any sprays from Nima. But Scry along the way, I mean, we just saw on the stats page that Scry has the most throwables in the game, and that's probably why, because he's so good with them and so accurate. How far away was that?
I mean, they were on the far side of the road. I think that was about 100 meter, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit less.
To get it in the shack, though, to get it in the shack.
To nail it in the shack was phenomenal. You saw there was a smoke there. They should have known there was a player there, to be fair. That info would have been readily available. That nade should be equally good. I'm not sure if it's going to find the kill, but the spray down will do so. And Reject eliminated. Rico Infinity team pick up a couple points there, but Cryptic still yet to score on this one. DXavier having got eliminated, 0 points as well. BC Swell, no points. All of these teams yet to make a mark.
Yeah, just living. Now, BC Swell's escape from this compound they currently hold, it's going to be a little bit difficult. They've got to get out of that zone. Luckily, there are walls around that compound, so they can hide some vehicles in there, so getting into the circle should be okay if they do have any vehicles at all, that is. FaZe, though, taking fights in their own way, and Stalwart currently just crushing it at the moment, moving up on 4 Rivals as the player in the smoke. Action can't quite make that 180 this time.
Going for the flush as well. It was a little bit too far past that field of view. Excellent timing from the 4 Rivals player, but will fall down. 3 players from Stalwart stay alive, but Team Secret now moving in for the third party on the engagement. FaZe across the circle all the way as well. They have their own troubles to deal with. It's Cryptics in a really good set of compounds here. There's Chonburi trying to slow down Damwon Gaming as they make their approach.
Yeah, with not many people being able to breach the center of this map, considering it's so low down, Crypt is going to be alive for a long, long time. So they're probably getting a top 5 placing here just for this game alone, which is going to be great in adding totals to get up towards Nova. And if they win this one, they will just get 16th place off the bat.
They can leverage their position. All 4 of them are alive. They want to get a couple of kills with it to boot, but Stalwart at the moment. The kill hogs, 9 of them so far going over to Stalwart. BC Swell up the hillside, 1 of them down already. Just this tries to take the fight with Team Secret, but the bullets, the nades, it's all just too much to bear. The nade is good. Ooh, that looked a bit on target, but I find it in response as well. Team Secret don't take the damage, and iShots wants to pop another over the back of the rock.
Yeah, the first one was dirty, hits Chromato. Now you're in a situation where you got BCS Skylar, but another nade comes through from Jumper. This is beautiful stuff, but remember, Stalwart in the backline. Somehow, some way, Pika's been able to get two of his members back up again. iShots will finish that fight out with the two players behind, but BC Swell still can go for the backstab. And Stalwart looking to set themselves up for a push down onto Team Secret.
BC Swell and Cryptics are two teams who are crucially fighting for their place in the Super Weekend, and Cryptics now have to hold off against one of the first pushes that we've seen go towards their compound, and it's 2 knocks towards FaZe. The Pretenders to the buildings here. El Chapo is down, however. They need to back up their team. They want to keep everybody alive if they can. Tier 11 with a forwards face here, and the reses can start to come through on the back. The question is, what can Cryptics do with this time, the most valuable of resources that they have available to them? FaZe is suffering. A good cook there from Lazy Boy. Sends it out a little bit long, though. It's not going to find the damage. Marshall not able to stop the flush coming through. Beer 11 is now on the top floor of this one. The old topsy-turvy. The old switcheroo might want to jump out the window, but there's a nade up top, and Lazy Boy repositions him. 2 versus 1 now around the door frame, and Beer 11 holds for 1. Looks for more, but he is going to have to go for the weapon swap, and it's 2! Beer 11 doubles up, and Cryptics, it's all crumbling down around them, Blank.
This has a reminiscence back to Beer 11's incredible clutch out between him and Valdez the Murderer in previous PMGCs. He is an insane player when he was over on RRQ, and this time he is crushing it over here in FaZe Clan. Beer 11 back to form. We love to see it. It's the Bear Boy back at it.
Cryptics are down. They are out of this game. It looked so good for them, but they could not hold on to the advantage that was given to them. BC Swell as well, down and out. Low point scoring games for all of our crucially placed teams. Although there will be a couple of placements coming through from Cryptics. It's not ideal, it's far from it.
It really is far from at the moment. I mean, Cryptics going down there was so unfortunate. We do have BCS Swell also out. So realistically, all of those big teams that we wanted to hit points now out of the game. Nice and early. Beer 11 still going versus Sunan as well. Down one taking massive shots, but this is BTR coming out of nowhere, coming from down from farm, looking to pick up some crops up towards the top side and harvest those points away from the teams.
I know it's December, but it is ripe for harvest. You're right. Bigatron, he's got the AWM as well for Ryzen. Devastating on this hillside. Look at the high ground advantage that they have as well. Phenomenal amounts of cover for them. FaZe are just gonna eat any nades that roll down the hill to them.
BTR here with the reaping sign in hand. Looking to open up the gallows towards Stalwart. Finds one. It's not great.
Is not going to be able to spot top in that position, but they're suppressed completely behind this ridge line. One of Bigatron's players also is in this next circle. Nades up the hill from FaZe to try and find Ryzen, but he can pop off a heal. Nades in response as well. Tony K repositioning. Luxy wants to find an opening, and MR5 dodges away. Ryzen down. Luxy on the forefront, only one holding as Yuhai looks to suppress the position from Stalwart, but now's the opportunity. They're both back up and fighting. Luxy's low, needs to back off, needs to get some healing if he can, but it's really not looking too great. Looks for the spray towards FaZe, who have crested this ridgeline, and Stalwart are extremely keen to get up this hillside, just crunching the jaws of this pneumatic press, and Yuhai last standing for Bigatron.
Beer 11 is just intoxicated from that fight from earlier. He is looking so damn good. Now it's Stalwart versus FaZe. This will be a huge boost to confidence for FaZe if they can take out Stalwart. There's only 2 players. It's a 3v2 for the time being. And now FaZe sending Tony K out wide, looking for those extra angles. This is the opportunity you are afforded with the 3 players in hand. Nade goes to the top. It's beautiful. Beer 11. This game has been ridiculous from him.
Top now, last standing. We've seen him clutch it before, but only versus 2. This time it's versus 3. A good nade to start things off. Needs to get the first. Doesn't take any damage. Beautiful. MR5 down in the dirt. Beer 11 low as well. Top needs to swap the weapons. Get some damage onto the enemy team right now. Scry giving that info. There's the nade from Beer 11, but it sends out wide for Top. Looks for more, but no. FaZe take it away, and Beer 11 stands tall. It is phenomenal from FaZe as they take the chicken dinner. It is going to be FaZe Clan yet again, riding strong.
This has been a wonderful performance coming through from FaZe Clan. A real return to form from these guys. And you know what? I think Beer 11 being in this roster again has added just an incredible little booster to them. That 2v1 fight he took in that building was ridiculous. I wasn't sure he was going to start throwing fisticuffs, but he's able to get that second weapon out again and take the fight with them. Goodness me. But I will say one thing. Top is the only player that I'm like, this 1v3 is happening right now. I'm sure of it.
I felt like maybe him or Action. I think that those are the two that I would have maybe felt confident. But no, phenomenal game coming through from Beer 11 and the rest of FaZe Clan as well. Really, really great stuff, and absolutely going to deserve their place. The question for me though is, as we were highlighting towards the start of the game, what happened to those teams towards the bottom? How much further did they clamber up those rungs, and how much sweat have we had to soak up from the Nova team? It's going to get even closer in this next Sanhok as well, because anything can happen. Even the teams towards the bottom can sometimes just send it all the way to that chicken dinner and see themselves in.
Yeah, it is just one game you need, but as I was saying earlier, Sanhok is not the place you want to be doing it. It's very unreliable unless you're the Infinity and you've got like a little understanding with Sanhok and you guys are mates, you guys are buds. For everyone else, it's going to be a bit more difficult. I do think that Sanhok is not an easy battleground to be going for this big standout win. I think Nick McGallis has got the right of it, which is like, let's just give Ralph all the first aids in the world and we'll just get standard points going. Even so, they're not sat on a huge amount of numbers towards the top side, even with that strat, but it has been able to get them towards the top of the leaderboard. Do you go for the big win, John? That's my question to you.
It depends what the points caps are specifically, right? How close do you need to be in order to take this one home? And heal strats in general, I haven't done the exact numbers, but I feel like it's not going to be that sort of 10-point margin that you're really looking for.
No.
And then you have to be worried about the other teams also racing for those spots. If you're in the middle of the pack already, I think it's a great idea, but I think when it's last chance saloon to get into those final games, into that super weekend, it is maybe a little bit better to try and have some more agency within the circle. But we're going to head back over to the desk to tee us up for the final Sanhok.
Well, hopefully we can knock it out of the park or get a hole in one. I don't know which sport reference we're going with, but one thing I can say is that the last match is going to be on Sanhok, so any strategies you have hidden, any way you can potentially mix things up, are all going to come down to this. And maybe, just maybe, there's a chance we'll see some hop drops. But to be honest, with FaZe taking that victory there, huge. Again, didn't qualify the first super weekend.
Yeah.
They are now getting so close. I think they should be relatively safe going into the second super weekend now, but we haven't seen the overall standings just yet. But a perfect time for them to step up, them and Bigatron, to help solidify their placings.
I think it was awesome to watch FaZe actually playing this game and the way they were playing it, because they were no stretch of the imagination given this win. They were fighting tooth and nail, had to crash compounds, had to cross roads towards the end, and had to make pushes happen up on those high grounds that BTR was controlling, and then we had other controls going on as well. I was a little bit scared for them, giving some 1v1s to their opponent at the very end when they were pushing up, but it did not go awry and they rounded it out. So yeah, really impressive play from them.
Hell yeah, and we got Beer just having some of the most insane nades at some point in that fight. Taking himself a 1v2 versus Cryptics, able to get himself a lot of eliminations throughout the game too. But, I mean, on top of this game, it's going to be top with 8 elims. Again, it's always a playoff stalwart today, I have the impression. What's happening on their side? Over 1,000 damage. This team is just cracked. I think this is the big surprise of this PMGC by far. This team is just looking great.
Absolutely.
Well, okay. Let's put an asterisk in there, guys, though, because they looked great in league play last week. They're looking damn good in league play this week, and they've actually passed the Infinity.
Wow.
But in the Super Weekend, 2 out of the 3 days, they were non-existent.
Alright, Carlos, were you questioning me earlier when I said Infinity team might contest first place? I'm sure. I'm just
You said secret.
Hey, for once I could win on one of my call-outs, I'm actually happy, right? But yeah, able to get himself in first position is great to see with 170 points, 62 eliminations. Like they are so far ahead of the rest in terms of eliminations altogether.
Yeah.
Of course, as you said, Jason, we want to see those points potentially transfer over into Super Weekend itself.
I mean, just to push on. Just to push on STR here for a moment once again with Stalwart. I mean, it wasn't just Top here doing the big damage. Scry as well had over 1,000 damage, and if you think about their run overall throughout the day, with the first place on 14 kills and the third place on 7 kills, even before that in 8th place with 12 kills, mind you, like their day is as good as what we saw from Infinity in that first day. So I think that's ridiculous to see 2 teams being able to pull off those kinds of things from day to day.
Well, look at Nova, 16th place, 36 points. I mean, we have Damwon and Bigatron already into our Super Weekend, so that means 2 teams have to not qualify now that did play in the last Super Weekend, since this is the first time we're seeing those 2 teams get into the Super Weekend. Nova potentially going to be knocked out of this, but D Xavier 0 points in the last match. You got BC Swell get 2 points. I don't know, Max. We're in the world right now where D Xavier won't make it into the Super Weekend unless they can somehow pop off. But it's Sanhok. It's such a tough time. It's such a tough match to have happen. I mean, you're basically hoping for the zone to go your way, and you pretty much can't even do a heal off. You have to go for eliminations.
You have to time your heal off properly, and the thing is, if you already put a player super early, and I think we saw this especially from Cryptics, right, Kalaris in the Global Esports Tour tournament, where they send out Chape to heal off very, very early. You lose that man advantage, and then you lose the opportunity to win out a fight and to get those extra eliminations in a potential engage. There are so many things. It's super stressful. Having to qualify off the back of a final Sanhok game is so complicated. So I wish best of luck to all the teams. I would not want to be in their situation at any point in time.
Well, that's why we're not playing. We don't have to be in those situations. We don't have to deal with that pressure. Before we do head to break, though, I want to remind you guys once again, who are all watching from home, that we have things to be given away for you guys, but you have to participate. The first one is a fan favorite vote. You can go vote for your favorite teams, your favorite players, and you can get various pink level items unlocked for a permanent reward, but also the treasure box, which is still happening for you guys as long as you're watching within the Esports Center over on YouTube. You're accumulating points that you can use to unlock a permanent item as well, with still 2 more boxes to come up later on within this entire event. But you know what? The 5th and final match is coming up very, very shortly. It is right on the way here, and we're going to find out finally when that match finishes who our top 16 teams are and who's playing in that second Super Weekend.
Coming out from
What happened?
Come on, let's hear it. Come on.
Huh? Oh no, what the hell?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time to get into the final match of the entire week of league play. We're almost there. It is the last hump for all these teams, or at least for the teams down towards the bottom of the table. And if you overcome that hump, you're going to be getting yourself into the Super Weekend. For some teams, their second Super Weekend, and for others, their very first. As everyone's looking to catch up to Enigma Galaxy, we're taking a look here at Top and Scry, and honestly, this is ridiculous stuff. To see two players put over 1,000 damage in for their team is pretty damn insane. And I know Kalaris and Max, you guys wanted to dive into that last match a little bit more about positions as well.
Yeah, so me and Max were looking at how those kind of circles were folding down and where everyone was going. And actually, BTR had a really strong little position to be able to hold out. Ryzen in particular, they were split like 1-1-2, I think it was. But Ryzen knew where the one of the most important parts of that circle was. Up on that hill, just across the road from that compound. It's one of the highest points in that circle as it folds down here, Max. And from there, I mean, it's obvious that a lot of the teams understood the value of that later on, but not necessarily, I feel like, early. I feel like some people could have maybe crashed where Ryzen was and tried to kind of take that away from BTR at that point.
Yeah. From what I've seen, especially from Ryzen, that was actually pretty interesting, is that he was actually actively taking shots despite his teammates not being around him in his close vicinity. They were on the other side of the road, I believe. He was actively taking the shots to make sure that teams are aware, oh, there's maybe a full team up there, so we're not going to breach it. That's my thought process as to maybe why some teams were not willing to go that far to push for that location. But as you saw at the end, if you're willing to go for the push, and FaZe did that perfectly actually with those great names from B11, you clear out that position, you get the top position in the entire map. And you have the great overview on literally everyone, such as Team Secret. You have the visibility on also BC Swell. Also, you're going to have the visibility on Stalwart. So that was the game-winning position very early on. But the fact that not only BTR did not regroup that quickly, but also that teams were not willing to take that fight was a little surprising. That BTR played it well for some time until FaZe went for the big breach at the end.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, one thing I am loving is the fact that we are seeing like Ryzen to be able to take that position and obviously hold on to, whether it was his skill, obviously other teams not, punishing him for that. They're at least able to take advantage of the situation, right? And allow them to pick up a lot of points, and FaZe Clan as well, able to get themselves the victory there in points they desperately needed to make sure they're qualified here into the Super Weekend. Before we do fully jump into the next match, though, I'm going to remind you guys once again about our sponsor here at PMGC, OnePlus. With its flagship performance and its immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 99 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards and your best shot to get into our Super Weekends, where teams are still struggling. While we do have some time here, I do want to obviously bring up yet again kind of where we are standing. If you guys didn't catch out on the overalls before, you still have Nova with all their matches played at 36 points. The next closest team is Deadeye guys, would have all their matches played as well at 34. But Cryptic's at 29. They need to get themselves 8 points to be safe. I'm not going to try to go into tiebreakers right now because I mean, measuring up their eliminations, placing points and stuff is a little bit difficult. Xavier at 26. They need to get themselves 10 points, 11 points, I should say, to pass them. And then BC Swell at 21. It is possible for these three teams to do it, but Nova, I don't think it's, for me, it's like so hard to judge them if they don't qualify the Super Weekend because they did it last year and they won PMGC. But this is not what you want to see out of this team, especially when you have Paraboy still putting up the numbers he's doing.
We know what to expect from Nova, right? Hitting the finals, that's when they really go hard in the games, and that's when they're going to get those big elimination games, and they're going to get those big placement games also, again, consistently towards those top fives. That's what they tend to do last PMGC in the finals. So we'll see. But I think that Cryptics are going to look back on this game and just see themselves getting 1v2 by B11 are going to feel bad. Like, that was the moment we got kicked out of the top 16. So yeah, it's going to be a rough one, but as we said, heal-offs is what we can expect into this one. Cryptics, Xavier, BC Swell, they're going to be stressed out of their minds for this game. Missing out on another Super Weekend for BC Swell in particular, that would just ruin their chance of making it in the finals.
I will say, though, I think that whilst Nova might be in this position, and whilst, we've seen in 2020 that they're able to be in this position but still come back and win the entire thing, I don't think the situation is entirely comparable due to the fact that you have teams like the Infinity as well as Stalwart Esports looking so consistently crisp here at the top of these lobbies. And it's almost every day that we're seeing them do this. Yeah, there's been one or two slips here and there with Stalwart, of course, in that weekly final, but like, they look scary, and I don't see these guys slowing down. So if you're Nova, yeah, you might, have this stumbling block and you might be able to come back later on. But against some of these guys that are consistently able to put these numbers, Jason, it might be difficult this year.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, when you look at our overalls completely in our super weekends, you can see we have about 1:30. I mean, if you look up, we have Nova currently sitting in 4th place at 126 points. So technically they cannot qualify and still be fine. But the scary part comes into if we hit week 3 and they fail to qualify. I think that's obviously the frustrating part. Even Deadeye's guys, they're in 9th place max bet at 122. So like 2 of these teams are relatively safe. The teams who are not safe, Enigma Galaxy, who are looking confident. I mean, they're going to be through. Cryptics, obviously, is the big one at 73 points in 15th place. And then even Stalwart Esports, as we're talking so highly of them right now, James, only 13th place with 99 points. So technically, some teams in there really have to step it up here, Max.
I mean, we've seen this format work out in the World League, in PMPLs, and even in PMGC now twice in a row. That making it into the finals while missing 1 Super Weekend is easily feasible, right? You can make it into the top 16, that's fine, it happens. But when you miss out 2 Super Weekends, that 1 Super Weekend that you actually play, it must be the best Super Weekend of your life. Like, you must be so good, you must get potentially a infinity level kind of result if you want to make it in the finals. So it's a tough one, but if you miss out on 2, then you're going to have some drastic changes when you're actually going to play your first Super Weekend.
So thank you for saying that, actually, with Infinity. Really quickly, we have a few seconds, Claris. Do we have a world we're living in, not maybe in the multiverse, where if Infinity are pretty much like guaranteed through now into the playoffs, into the finals, they just say, hey, Bigatron, hey, FaZe Clan, we're hot dropping you. We're going to make your life hell and deny you any points in the Super Weekend. I hope to see it, to be honest, not because I hate the teams, but I love the drama.
I too would love to see it. I'd love to see the Infinity Gauntlet click and make them disappear, but I don't think we're going to see it.
Well, you know what? We're going to make it click, and we're going to disappear. So we head over to our commentators for the final match here of week 2. It's on Sanhok with John Allen and Blake.
Thank you very much, Jason. I don't know if the snap got rid of you. Does that mean that we're the remaining Avengers? Do you want to be? Do you want to be Captain America, Blank, or are you going to be a different superhero on this one?
I'm going to be Black Widow, I think. Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Thank you.
You look great in a catsuit.
I'm cool. Thank you. I definitely would look great in a catsuit. I'm telling you that right now. Maybe next PMGC. That's what I'll rock up in. So you all have that to look forward to, or not to look forward to, depending whether that's the kind of thing you're into. Heading straight into the game, I'm into Sanhoks towards the end of the day, especially when they are the decider of who makes it into the Super Weekend. DXavier, Rico Infinity team also within this lobby. Now, I'm worried for DXavier. They need to make some drastic changes towards their drop, towards their idea of how they make it in. But again, we get this Stalwart versus FaZe action already bears down. MR5 just checking out what's going on. I don't think you want to take a fight with Stalwart coming off the back of that game. They're hungry for that next win.
Action down the stairs. One player has gone down from Stalwart. They have lost Pika already, and Action has fallen as well. FaZe Clan going even though on these trades so far. Now with 2 players standing. Sorry, only the 1 now at the back. Top looking to try and challenge that one out as well. There's no way that MR5 can make it. The spray over the top is good, and that's going to find the first frag over onto top. The reses are coming through, and that forward guard is working out. FaZe yet to regroup. MR5 basically giving up the ghost on the rest of the team there. And now MR5 with it all to do, Blank.
Yeah, he found himself a first aid kit, which is very important, but Scry knows the location he's currently hiding in. Top just gets away from those angles, while Stalwart clears out the rest of FaZe here. I think FaZe is pretty happy because they found their way into the Super Weekend. They're just getting some more practice against the best team, I would say, when it comes to team fighting in the lobby. And it's not going well for them, so still FaZe isn't quite there just yet, but they're returning. They're coming back, slowly but surely. They're off in the distance at the moment, but I can see them over the horizon now. They're no longer out of sight, out of mind.
And they're doing okay, right? It's not going to have a massive impact here on their standings. They will be set to qualify. I mean, barring something miraculous, which I don't think is actually possible at this stage. It would be quite the turn of events if they didn't make it in, but they're pretty safe, basically, is what I'm getting at, Blank. It's very, very unlikely that they have anything to worry about.
I love this from BTR, though. I think that I've given them a lot of troubles over these past few days, and to be honest with you, I'm liking the change. And this always happens with BTR, though, is that we give them some stuff on the broadcast to think about, to go home, to re-look over, and they always come back stronger every single time. And I think that has happened in a multitude of tournaments where it's not the best of starts, but it gets better. This time they're dropping towards Painan. I like this change. Once again, they are analyzing what's going on in the back side of the scenes, and they are making changes appropriate to it. No longer stuck on that eastern side, getting trapped out between DXavier as well as DRS.
Oh no, God, Tane, you've got to hit those. A complete ambush on Daoshi, and he just swings around and nails the fight. Very good news for 628 there. So was what you're saying that we've taught Bigatron everything they know? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, absolutely.
Ah,
Everything that BTR knows comes from my lips. No, of course not. I think these guys have got a fantastic amount of experience. And I think that some of that experience definitely entails coming back into a tournament, having that comeback formula available to them. I do think that BTR is a team that can make it to the finals fairly easily if they get their thinking hats on, which it looks like they absolutely do have in this final, this second league play actually, which is I'm really glad to see. And I think changes is what BTR needed, especially looking at Erangel. Like we've seen them drop towards farm for the longest time. We've seen them drop towards the east side of Sanhok for the longest time, and making these changes, you know, switching things up for themselves. This is going to give them that experience that they're kind of lacking almost, because they were the kings for so long and they could just sit in their throne, but now they're having to take their fights to the fields, and that's okay.
Team Secret losing Fredo on those hillsides. DRS traded out for Nima, but that should be a little bit resible, and with Jumper knocked, Team Secret have a little bit more to worry about. And I just want to rephrase the teams that we're looking at really in this game to have a really massive impact on these tables. We're looking at Cryptix, we're looking at DXavier, and we're looking at BC Swell, all of whom have to try and pass Nova whilst also beating out everyone else. Nova has 36 points, Cryptix 29 points, DXavier 26 points, and BC Swell 21 points coming into this one. So varying margins. Cryptix are the closest by 3 points, and they are currently sat 7 points away from Nova. So they need 7 points, well, probably more than 7 points really, to be able to secure themselves a spot moving forwards.
Yeah, so realistically 8 points are required to get into the Super Weekend, right, John? And I think that if we're looking at that, like 8 points, yes, seems like a low margin, but it's actually quite a lot. It's quite a lot of points here. For DXavier, it's even worse. They need 11. And I don't think with the way they've been playing Sandhogs, that's really an opportunity for them. Oh. DRS taking fights with Team Secret. Again, I'll keep saying it, you know, these fights between Team Secret and DRS happening all the bloody time.
It felt like that wasn't even really a fight. I feel like DRS just sort of took positions on every single hillside surrounding Team Secret and just clapped them. Like,
yeah,
it felt like they just got diffed, you know?
That's the enclappening right there.
Maybe that's the snap that Jason was talking about, you know?
The enclappening.
The enclappening.
The enclappening of Team Secret.
Absolutely.
Feet DRS.
Feet.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, be a bomb track, to be fair.
Multi-billion-dollar franchise, I think so.
I would listen to it, yeah, 100%. But yeah, this is kind of frustrating for Team Secret, I would imagine. But again, this is something that the Rico Infinity team were able to do, which was on that Paradise Resort, figure out what DXavier were doing around them, and then adjust to it accordingly. I do still feel like Team Secret haven't quite figured out DRS. I think that this is another thing that will come into the Super Weekend, though, is Miramar for them. Again, these two teams rotate very similarly on Miramar, and Team Secret will have to figure out how they want to go about it, because I know that they've been trying to get into the circles a lot earlier recently, and on Miramar, if they want that to happen, they will inevitably cross paths with DRS. So they need to fit. I think if there's one team to take a look at for Team Secret, it is DRS, right?
Sorry, I was just watching Action take shots at Duello with a suppressor, so I didn't know exactly where those bullets were coming from, reposition up 2 stories, and then take shots at the same spot before Duello started moving. I was enjoying that immensely. Team Secret down to 1, though. Eye shots with sightlines on DRS's position.
Yeah, iShot's the king of the king of Sanhok, some would say, to be quite honest with you. This guy has had some of the most ridiculous moments on Sanhok, just in terms of being able to come out of the blue, literally come out of the blue, come out of nowhere, and find kills towards the end of the game. Take shots over towards Nima, should get this knock.
Oh, there you go.
Absolutely does. We'll have to reposition behind the rock there. Really good response from DRS, though.
They were able to turn on a dime there, but Gal's now under pressure as they descend the hillside. Takes a little bit more damage as well. I feel like this is where you want to leave your eye shots.
Oh my god.
Rightly so. Look at the send. Oh my god. Oh, blood for blood, apparently. DRS out for war. Nades over the top of this one. And look at Daybot's position as well. Coming into it. Oh, eye shots. Have you got your wits about you? Or are you more concerned with DRS right now? Oh, it should be spotted here. Yeah, he's got a bead on him entirely. This should be easy pickings. And that's Team Secret down.
This is just Genesis Dogma's strat. Drop around Team Secret and DRS because at some point they will fight one another and then we will clean up the scraps. I hate it, but it is a winning strategy and fair enough to them.
It seems to be feasible, if nothing else, right? Feasible to see yourself towards the middle of those tables. But not ideal. Down one gaming. They lose a player in the shacks. MS Chonburi will take care of that. Take care of business. Over in Nakam on the western island right now. We'll need to heal up. We'll need to move. Well, probably they could stand to move all the way up towards the north, towards where the Infinity are right now. Maybe a little bit harder of a pass over towards Painan.
Yeah, this time the Infinity head towards Hatin, so slightly a bit of a change from normality for them. Usually they're holding like a long split over Cow towards Mong Nai side. This time they fully just loot up as a team in Hatin, so this is a big difference. Maybe not as confident in this game. Sanhok, that really has been their playground for a long time. We do get this north in the circle though, and it's got that river still between it. I do expect this one to head over towards Paradise Resort, though we could have a little bit of a weird game where we head towards that western bridge and a little bit of the river, which would be very unenjoyable, and the Infinity would most likely take a chicken dinner, to be honest.
I only have 2 players in the lobby right now, though, so they are down to just 2 at this stage. They have got 1 kill.
Oh, no.
Not too sure who they scrapped off against in the meantime. Snakes in the grass, though, still on the hillside. Daybot, he was able to take down Team Secret, but Nima is on a mission. Look at that guy go.
Yeah, I do. Oh, goodness me, it's just Genesis Dogma. I think that the way they play is so fair, but it does rely on other teams. But I guess that's the way that PUBG Mobile goes, right? Sometimes you do have to rely on other teams to win the game. And it is just well played. They have this really nice split at the moment where they're playing in lots of different angles. You should be careful, though, because DRS is one hell of a beast when they want to be.
Booms able to find 1 knock, and now they're in trouble. Daybot aware of Nima's position now. They tried to move on up, and they've got someone down the hill as well. DRS got a taste of their own medicine. They get surrounded and choked out. They will go down. Eliminated 15.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect Genesis Dogma play, right? They are the third parties, right? When everyone's had finished their party around about 2 a.m., they're coming in saying, look, guys, let's go again. Let's go one more time. We can stay awake till noon the next day. And that's exactly what they'll do here.
I get it. It's the third party. I like it.
It's the third party, you know? It's got to be done. You got the lunch party, you got the night party, and then you've got Genesis Dogma doing the let's go again in the daytime party.
I was going to go for the party, the after party, and then the third party. I think that would be... I don't know. That's my timeline that I'm working with.
That might be better. I think you've trumped me, and I hate you for this.
We'll never speak again.
No, never again. I'm just going to talk about the match and ignore that you're here.
Fair enough. That seems to be a good way to go.
So looking at this with BC Swell, they're looking pretty good at the moment. BTR coming into this one too, so they could maybe pick up kills. And again, BC Swell, a team that desperately wants to make their way into the Super Weekend, but they're struggling.
A test of steel right now with 2 players alive as well. This could be do or die for their chances. 1 kill so far. Biggest run up top, gets spotted out. Just this. Gets a lot of damage over onto Yuhai, actually. Full position at risk now. Skylar with the information, but it's just this to deal with Yuhai, and Luxy swings out wide. I think they know what's going on, and just this makes it to a little bit more cover from that ridge line. All the information from Yuhai is gonna tell them exactly where just this is, and nades can push down. Luxy from up top actually takes some damage, sent back up towards him. Skylar playing slow here. Not really chiming into the fight just yet. Wants to bide the time just a little bit more. Yuhai does look to get flushed out. Just this, not quite into the building. Luxy finally crunches down, but Rico Infinity team are just over the hill.
Goodness me, the amount of damage you're able to put through onto Luxy makes him die on the fall way down. It's so unfortunate. This fight could have been cleaned up a lot earlier if Justice wasn't able to get through that first aid kit, because the nade that hit him should have realistically taken him down on the 30% HP threshold. Now just Skylar remaining, and regardless of what happens this fight now, BC Swell, they're not making out of here. Cryptic's still out in the blue, down towards Camp Charlie. Bit of a Unicorns of Love play here. But we all know Unicorns of Love, that play didn't always work out, and I think that it's more of a 50-50.
Especially given the circle as it is split almost entirely on the northern river there. A large swath of this is all water. Although, to be fair, that might play to their advantage. They can crash straight into the water and try and play a swim game in the future. But for now, Begatron and Rico Infinity Team both looking to spoil BC Swell's chances. Remember, it's BC Swell, it's Cryptics, and it's DXavier as well.
Oh, Suxy.
Oh no, that's your teammate.
How have you done that?
Can't believe
he's just got back up again.
He
doesn't even go res him. He sent his brother. That is really rude.
I've just swept up this mess, and you've come in with your muddy boots.
I know, right? Take him off. Take him off. Nade's coming through. Zuxi looking to put the pressure on. There is a nade in hand for Skylar. Not throwing it just yet. I think Zuxi knows what's going on here. Will throw a Molotov instead and just lock them in that small room. This is really, really well played. Keeping them from moving out is so strong. Skylar has to walk around. Takes a lot of damage. Nade in hand for Zuxi.
Just this around the side, needs to win this trade, needs to find the damage. Zuxi has so many bullets in this chamber. Justice swings out wide, looks for one, but it can't be done. And BC Swell condemned not to make it to this super weekend. Yet again, unfortunate result for them, and that might be it.
I think that is it.
We're left with two crucial teams now, DXavier and Cryptics.
I like this from DXavier though. Yes, this is not their best performing map, but they've opted not to move down towards Paradise Resort this time. Look up towards Tap Mock. They are coming into contact now with Reject, taking some shots, but Sara actually managed to get one in return onto Duck. Another nade comes through. Regiosio goes to the floor. Now just Duello.
Looking for a couple more shots, Sarah. Behind the pillar. Hidden out. There is that Res Cabal over there for Reject, but as long as you can stay alive, and that one has been disbanded. Reject under pressure. DXavier, this is really good news. This is a lot of points. This is a lot of points potentially to be able to pick up now.
Yeah, picking up just the 3 alone would mean that their point margin drops from 11 to just 8, which is fantastic. Now you can really definitely start thinking about whether you want to go for that heal off later on. A few more kills would secure yourself towards the top, but this is really, really, really good news for DXavier, particularly because they're able to hold onto those 4 members. This has been a very fortuitous circle shift for DXavier as well, up towards that northern side where they like to play. So really all the stars have aligned here for DXavier.
It was an 11-point margin, well, 10-point margin, 11-point game would be good for DXavier. So getting 3 points that early, fantastic news. A little bit closer.
Not fantastic news.
Well, not for Nova. For DXavier, it's fantastic.
Well, I mean, for the circle. That's what I'm talking about right now.
Oh.
This is bad. Bad for a lot of teams at the moment. And MS Chumbury might just be on for another win. We can deal with Mela from the Infinity. Oh goodness me, the double.
This is why Infinity are at the top, because they just stand tall no matter what. No matter the circumstances, pick up 2 extra points, and now MS Chamburi low. Mela will not be able to have time. Goes for the drop shot around the side. The weapon swap necessary now, but Pop can't find the shots through the wall. Mela, he's a madman. He's phasing through this stuff, just going every which way. But finally, Jasper ends the Benny Hill theme tune and will finally find Mela. DXavier running away over these hillsides against Genesis Dogma on the north side, but they're all going to have to move through. This is good for Cryptics. They can swing to this western island.
Yeah, this is really good for Cryptics, but Damwon Gaming, as well as the remaining members of Stalwart, should know their team might want to come through on that side. They could just be rattling on towards their doom here.
Maybe, and there we go. Marshall gets drawn short for Cryptics. And we might be in with a one-horse race here to try and bump Nova out. But still, time does remain for Cryptics. You can see they're low. They're having to med up as they go.
Circle.
It's difficult. It's difficult.
Rico, Infinity Team looking here versus 628 at the moment, trying to throw some nades across. Anas, honestly, seriously good player from that team, but with this circle, MS Chamburi were looking so good until Mela just ripped them apart, and now they're down to 2, and this is anyone's game now.
Goodness me. Xavier, 2 players. It's going to be tricky. All of our crucial teams really down and out of it right now. But staying alive, crucial. All of these teams on the East are prone to just falling down. That was good for one, but it's not good for any more. Ryzen deals with the threat, but they're down to 2 now for Bigatron. Everybody crossing the river could fall in an instant right now. And if Cryptics can stay alive for a little bit longer, they might be able to make it, Blank.
They might just. I mean, they've slipped in over on the edge of the southwest. This is good news for them. Xavier's trying to get into the circle, but 628 Daoshi, he's seen this position. He knows where these players are. For Xavier, you wonder just how much further can they actually go.
Lamborghini gets dropped there. Not sure if he got knocked. I don't think he did, actually. He just goes a little bit lower. With the swim having to go through as it fully shrinks now towards the other side, they're going to have to make their move. Lamborghini's still alive. Still possible for Xavier to stay in this one, but Cryptics under pressure still. 2 crucial teams from opposite sides of the circle.
Again, though, this is a great circle for the Cryptics. And I think they've left El Chapo behind to go for the heal-off here. Dropped all their meds for him, which is very, very fair considering the points they need. But they do need a lot of points to make their way into that top 16 that makes it through into the Super Weekend jump.
Yeah, they need 7. There's a 7-point gap. So if they can get towards that 8-point mark, that's what they're looking for. Although you do need to finish in 4th for that. There's still 9 teams remaining right now. So a long time you're going to be out there healing. The good news is they should have looted up a lot of meds, given that they were playing a fairly blue zone-centric strategy.
Yeah.
4 rivals, lose a player.
The question is, how many of those did they use moving from that South Island to get here? How much more of a lifeline does El Chapo still have? He is close to the circle as well, so he can move in should he need to. But circle not quite on Cryptics at the moment, and they're stuck in this compound with MS Chamburi holding them out. Goodness me, this is not looking good. And it could be Nova just slipping in.
Oh my goodness me, Xavier Lamborghini falls, but Frankie is still out there healing. I don't know how many meds he has. I don't know how much longer they have left. But Xavier still in it. 4 kills as well. That's a lot of points. They needed 11, remember, about on this game. And they're looking to try and hold on by their fingernails. Blank Cryptics both getting knocked, and it's down to El Chapo. It's 2 healers going out in the blue zone, but 6-8 falling, and now we're down to 8 teams remaining. 7 teams now. Oh my goodness me, it's going to be 4 rivals going out, and that's
We're
6
getting
teams
so
remaining.
close.
Cryptics and Xavier are in. Xavier, they have 4 points to their advantage, and it's only going to get worse here. Cryptics looking to hold on out. 4th place necessary for them, but Xavier, if they stay alive for the same amount of time, Blank, that could be good for them.
We need to know how many meds these boys have on board. No one spotted out El Chapo. As soon as he moves from this rock, it's curtains for him. Luckily, though, he is holding on. Now, Satar with 10 first aid kits, this is going to be good. So he's not going out anytime soon, trying to get his way into the circle. I mean,
3.
I want to know how many Xavier's got. I need to know how many Xavier's got. This is terrifying.
So it's going to be right down to the wire, Blank. I mean, with only 3 left, Cryptics is going down imminently. If Xavier can hold on for 2 more places, Genesis Dogma won't die out in the blue. But if a team in the middle, there's Xavier falling out in 6th place. 4 limbs, 6th place.
No.
And that's going to be Cryptics staying alive just that little bit longer, up to 5th place. One
He
more.
needs to hit
One more
4.
team needs to fall, and they aren't going to quite make it. Oh, it's down to the wire, Blank. It's so disastrous for Cryptics. They're eliminated in 5th. Did they get an elim? He might have got an extra point, Blank. I have no idea what's just happened to those standings, and Nova are sweating bullets still, but we have 4 teams remaining.
That is terrifying for Cryptics. Going out in 5th place is not where they want to go, and it's that amount of first aids they had to use to get into the circle from that south side. Action takes down Downborn Gaming, and it's looking like it's gonna be a stalwart finish. I mean, they came off that last game not quite taking it, but here, they're ready to take the full win. Just Jasper out in the distance, but it's really that fight between Xavier and Cryptics. I think Nova, they're not going to the Super Weekend.
Xavier went down early, and with Cryptics getting a kill point at the end, I feel like that kill might have just made it. They might have just been able to eke it out. I haven't run the numbers, but Blank,
It's the 4 limbs from Xavier.
Close. It's going to be so close.
I'm worried, man. I'm so worried.
Well, hang on a minute. No, they had 4 kills. They had 3 more points, right, on kills. But
Yeah,
they went down
that's what I'm
earlier.
saying.
They were 3 points behind.
1 placement.
They were 3 points behind at the start.
Whoa.
So Xavier,
I just don't know.
Oh man.
I just
running
don't
these
know,
numbers,
John.
but Stalwart are still in it. 7 kills so far.
Don't
in the
let him
game.
know. Don't let him know, John.
I'm not going to
It's
run
the
these
one time
numbers
I
in my
don't
mind
want you to run
anymore.
the stats.
I don't want to do it. We're going to have to wait for the desk, I'm afraid. Jasper ticking away out in the blue. Stalwart holding it down. Okay. We're in for a little bit of time. Blank, there's 15 first aids.
Yeah. Okay, we could just...
Could it be? Could it be the spoiler?
Could be the spoiler. He's coming back up. He's got the tree.
I think Top's...
I think he's spotted action. He's definitely spotted top, that's for sure. So there's potential here, but as soon as he takes shots, he needs to be in the circle. That's the problem here. As soon as he takes shots, he can't hit the second kill. He has to basically get an instant like spray transfer onto action, onto top to make it happen. So they both need to be in a similar position out in the open. It's a bit difficult for Jasper. I would love to see him get the double-double and take the win. But, you know, he's just waiting until they're in the same spot. Now they are.
Did he miss that first aid? No, he managed to get it. Was that shots? Is he taking shots? Oh,
yeah,
it's right down.
Yeah.
He has a lot of first aids, to be fair. And he's waiting out.
Just needs to move forward.
They are out in the open. He's waiting for the tree to provide some cover. You can see he wants to move out to the right-hand side here. He's going for the shots. Lines up, one for top. Looks for the knock and action. Nails it. Of course he does. Stalwart puts them out of their misery. And MS Shonburi falls. Stalwart getting the chicken dinner, but it's all to play for at the bottom of the tables. Nova at risk.
Very much so at risk here. I'm worried, and like I said, to be fair, Nova might not have made it in, but again, what if these two teams haven't got enough points? What if they haven't got enough on board here, John? Again, we're not running the stats. We're not running the stats. You're going to wait around for the desk, wait around for those beautiful gents over there, Jason, Maxman, as well as Kalaris to find out exactly what happened there, because this really, really was down to a very, very small margin at the end of this one, and it's really a tiny aperture that all these teams have had to squeeze through to try and get into the Super Weekend. You know, DXavier, they've tried the darnest to get into the Super Weekend. The circle was good for them, but in a way, I almost hope the Cryptics have made it in, because that play on that south side to get up towards that top was good. It was strategically good. But again, I don't think they're going to do too much in the Super Weekend if they make it, because their team fights and their ability to get limbs has been pretty shocking.
It's interesting, but getting into the Super Weekends has more value than almost anything else right now.
Yes.
In this tournament. So
that's the treasure chest.
Absolutely crucial. I mean, even if you're only getting 60 points, right? Even if you're only getting 50 points, that's more. That's more than 0, which is really, really important to be able to just keep those adding on up. Oh man, I'll be honest. My brain is only focused on one thing, trying to stop me from adding up some numbers right now towards the end. And I think it all relies on how many kills Cryptics got right at the end there, because there was at least one.
They only had one limb. Only one limb. They didn't get anything else. I think they got a knock, but that was about it. And it doesn't count after he went down. So, yeah, worrying times here for Cryptics as well as DXavier. I do think that additionally though, DXavier made some decent changes up towards that north side. Yes, they get the circle, but they played it as best as possible, but it's the third parties coming through from Genesis Dogpet that kind of ruined the day.
I hope he won't, but I'm pretty sure he will. Jason's going to torture us for a little bit longer. Jason, how are you feeling about it?
Hey, I'm not trying to torture you. It's not up to me to choose when the standings show themselves, but we will find out shortly to see what's going to happen and who our 16 teams will be. But either way, coming down to the healing, we were focusing on Lamborghini and El Chapo there. The two try to heal off Sue, who had the most meds, Sue who can try to survive the longest, but in the end, we'll see if it's going to be enough where they did place. I believe you guys have already said on the cast that DXavier probably not going to make it there as they went out earlier than the rest of the teams. But let's talk about Star Wars Esports really quickly before we do get into our overalls. If I'm not mistaken, Kalaris, you mentioned they have 3 chicken dinners on the day.
Well, I mean, 3 chicken dinners in 6 games. One of them came at the end of yesterday, but it's insane. The fact that they have had a better day than Infinity, all things considered, I cannot believe it. I mean, they got themselves in 6 games, 5 podium finishes, 3 firsts, 1 second, 1 third max. It is next level, next level.
And I'm going to say it was necessary for them to make in the Super Weekend because they were not safe by any stretch of the imagination. In the Super Weekend rankings after that first Super Weekend, after 15 games, they had 99 points in 13th position. They were one of the potential teams that could drop out of that top 16 if they did not make it in the second Super Weekend. But seeing how they played today, as you said, all those chicken dinners coming their way, they're looking super comfortable. But I want to see this Star Wars in the Super Weekend. If they can do so, they can catch up to the DRS, the 4 rivals, or the Infinity in the top 3. I believe this is a team that could be a world champion if they keep playing like this.
I was gonna say, I mean, we've had 3 matches straight where the rankings came up right away, and now this one, it's like it's not even me holding us back. You know, everyone's just like, no, we're gonna make everyone wait to see who's gonna qualify. Stalwart, 23 points. We look down the list here. Damwon 10, they're gonna be qualified already. Xavier on 8, and Cryptics on 7. So I don't remember what they were going into the match.
It's very close.
But it's very
before
close.
this, Cryptics had 29 points before this game. Xavier had 26.
Why are you doing this to us?
Just
don't say anything,
close.
bro. Why are you looking it up? Why are you trying to tell us, man?
I'm looking at the rankings before the game. I don't know how it's
People who can do math know now.
I can't do
who's
math.
qualified.
Wait, stop. FaZe's team contribution from MR5. Amazing.
He broke the graphic. Whoa.
Yay.
Well, I did talk about it earlier, just a couple more points from one of the earlier matches. I want to say it was Action. But we can see a little quick head-to-head between MR5 and Mela. Yeah, pretty decent contribution out both teams with 79%.
They both would have broken the graphic. Hooray! No, I guess, you know, when you're looking at Infinity as well, I mean, yeah, obviously they had an amazing day yesterday. I still have to pay absolute respect, though, to what we saw from FaZe. Not necessarily this match, even though they were able to put up some decent numbers, but just their execution in the previous game. That, in the Erangel, that is the FaZe that I want to see in this tournament, game to game to game, because that was splendid.
If I want to give something to FaZe also, we got to keep in mind that FaZe is a fairly new team when it comes to PUBG Mobile eSport compared to, for example, your BTRs, your Nova eSports, such and such. So this is the first time that they're playing at this level, and I think they just needed a little bit of time to adapt to this type of lobby. And it's not an easy thing, right? You're playing with the best teams in the world right now, at least for the Eastern Conference, but we know East better than West. So it is still pretty tricky for them to go with. And I think that now that it's in this second week, they've improved drastically. So great to see, but man, Stalwart, 3 chicken dinners with 140 points, able to overtake Infinity that had such a huge lead on that first day. Like, oh man, I am so impressed with Stalwart.
They got more points in 8 matches than they got in 15 in the Super Weekend. By a lot, by almost 50
I didn't have my glasses.
points.
I didn't know that. I didn't see the Super Weekend. I'm
That's
having them this
insane.
Super Weekend, though.
The problem
and 70
is
eliminations, too.
Exactly. That's the big problem. It's perfect. It's the perfect kind of balance of eliminations as well as rank.
There we go.
Oi! Oh, they didn't make it. Oh!
One placement point separating the 2 teams.
Oh.
Cryptics knocks out Nova from the 2nd Super Weekend.
Hey, we keep saying it, tiebreakers are going to be taken into account. That's twice in a row. The team qualifies through tiebreakers. It was Deadeye's guys for the first Super Weekend. Now it is Cryptics able to barely push their way through. And man, there was no question here. They just needed to make it into the Super Weekend because they were not looking comfortable. Let me check on their rankings, actually. They were 15th with 73, so they had no choice here. They have to make at least one more Super Weekend to be somewhat safe.
These bubbles, though, I mean, last week it was 41. This week it's 36. The predicted bubble was like 47 plus or minus 3. But obviously, a Stalwart the Infinity just say, nah, hold your statistics. We're going to change things up.
I want to actually just briefly focus on the Nova situation, though, because, again, Paraboy, at the end of all of this, is still 3rd overall damage done across the entire lobby, which is insane. Wow. But you can then compare that to the other members of Nova. King, 51st, 1,137.
Wow.
You scroll down further, Jimmy, 66th. And then you go to Order, 71st. So whilst Paraboy is still able to put up the numbers, unfortunately, the rest of the team around him did not here throughout this. And that is really a big defining factor here for them not being in this final.
I mean, he's about to herniate a disc in his back at this rate, just carrying his team with that damage. And you have to imagine, like, what if he wasn't putting up those numbers? Would Nova have even qualified in the first Super Weekend? Would they have even been able to place as highly as they did in that first Super Weekend? There's a lot of, like, ifs and ands about this.
It's such a big disparity between players of Nova, I would say. I did not expect to see that much of a difference. But hey, you know what? I remember last PMGC when they didn't make it, a lot of people in the chat were saying, oh, they're just taking a vacation. Like, you know what? It's a well-deserved vacation, I guess, you know, especially for Paraboy. That man was carrying a big portion of this league play, but we'll see how things are going to pan out. But as we know, that this team is going to continuously try and improve. They're definitely going to be looking at the games, checking out the map streams also to check out how things are going to pan out. But heading the finals is when they're going to get a little bit more serious, I would say.
We'll say, though, Jason, very excited to see how FaZe and BTR are going to fare here in this situation. I mean, I think that the teams themselves still have some kind of bolts to tighten and things like that, but we've seen glimpses of FaZe looking fantastic. And I think if BTR can get some of these rotations as well as kind of grouping back together properly together, these factors, I think both teams can kind of do better here coming into the weekly final.
I mean, the thing is, they're chasing a moving goalpost at the moment because Enigma Galaxy requalified, even though they're at 47 points. What they're aiming at now is 106. That's the Xavier. That's the team that's closest in reach for them that won't be participating in the Super Weekend. So for Bigatron, for FaZe Clan, he takes momentum forward now into the Super Weekend. You could potentially knock them out of this, forcing now a lot of teams here to really, or a couple of different teams to requalify into Super Weekend 3. And obviously the pressure's really going to surmount when we get to that in a week's time. But ladies and gentlemen, for you all watching at home, again, we still have things to be given away to you guys. Rewards you guys can win in the fan favorite vote. You can vote for your favorite teams and your favorite players and get various pink level permanent items for yourself, and even the treasure box as well, where if you guys are watching within the esports center or you're watching on YouTube, you get currency that will accumulate and you can eventually buy a permanent item. And Maxman's still eyeing up that pan, Maxman pan, the pan man, Max pan. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. The Max Pan. Hey, I like that. I'm okay with that one. I'll get it
you with the Max Pan. Well, there'll still be 2 more treasure chests as well throughout the rest of the season, through event here. And make sure to obviously follow us as well, guys. You saw there. But as we get into our Super Weekend, we can see how they're all classified and who has made it in and who hasn't. And well, Southeast Asia, let's be fair to them. That's a lot of teams to qualify.
Except only Xavier didn't make it, right? And when you have that many teams on Southeast Asia, you expect at least 1 team or 2 to not make it into the Super Weekend every once in a while. Last time it was FaZe and BTR, this time it's Xavier, so all good to see. But man, I feel bad for Reject. Like they got their homies from Japan and they're just not joining them in the Super Weekend, man. It feels very lonely for Reject, but they've been popping off in their own regards in the Super Weekend, so big hats off to them.
And Mina, all teams qualifying. Every Super Weekend now, and I think that's a testament to the strength that they obviously have within the region, how much better they've gotten since last year. But if you guys missed out the matches, here's a quick little recap of what went down today. Damwon, a fantastic actually showing for them, to be fair. Again, another team who didn't qualify into the first Super Weekend, able to make it this time now, as they are still looking to capitalize off of this and carry this momentum forward. I mean, Bigatron, it was nice to see them at least come back in the first match today, showing they've got what it takes to compete.
I mean, yeah, Bigatron, Damwon, FaZe getting themselves wins here. It shows that they're still willing to really bring the fight to this lobby, right? Like, for Damwon getting the victory when they did, they were up on that Sanhok hill, and I think that that's probably the easiest of the wins to be able to attribute to them when they've got that kind of position. So I'm excited to see what Damwon can do in the weekly final, but I still do have question marks above my head when it comes to consistency for them.
Yeah, and obviously we go back to the old map list, right? We're going back to your Erangel, your Miramar, your Erangel, your Sanhok, then your Erangel right after. So no more Sanhoks, multiple Sanhoks in a day. But you are going to have obviously multiple Erangels, and you're going to have Miramar as well. So I'm curious to see again if like the teams who didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend, when it was Miramar and Erangel, if they can kind of step up where they previously lacked. But excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, getting all choked up here because we're done with the day. Maxman, take it away.
Oh wait, no, please don't, please, no, Jason, don't. I'm going. No, you're taking.
Okay, well, hopefully I've recovered enough here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for tuning in here for PMGC 2021, the East League. We'll be back though on Friday. That means tomorrow is off, so make sure you guys set your alarm, set your clock, set everything possible, because you're not going to want to miss our second Super Weekend. We'll see you then.